Hi, it's me. I don't have like a light or anything around my avatar because it's just me. Hello. Um, oh my god, that's a lot of people. Hello. Hello, Mongoose. So, hey, um, it's looking like it's just gonna be me tonight. So far. Hello, Draco Kraken. Hello, Roid Rage. What is up, everybody? Yeah, so it's looking like it's gonna be just me for a while. If Boo joins, he will be here later, but Aiden will not be able to join. So yeah. Welcome back to Table Talk, Discussion, and Discourse. I, as always, am your host, Alejo, aka Great on 95. And it's gonna be a solo stream for a while, so I'm gonna be relying on you, chat. I'm gonna be relying on you to bounce things off of on occasion. So get your thinking caps ready or something, as if you don't always, right? As if you don't always have your thinking caps ready. Um, but yeah. So let's just jump right in, huh? Let's just as what is the dude's name? What was his fucking name? Philip DeFranco, was that the guy? He's like, let's just jump right in. Anyway, not meme. So, I know I'm a little early, but let's do it. So today, as is by the title, we're going to be looking at a video that's covering why there is no good Harry Potter TTRPG. And this is brought to us by the Burger Krieg. So, yeah, the Burger Krieg made this video. It was not anytime recent, I want to say. Let me just make doubly sure. It was, oh no, it was in February of 2021. So, the beginning of February. Neat. Well, cool. Let's go over to that. Give me a moment. I'm on my phone, so my responses will be slow. Don't worry about it, Mongoose. You got something to say, you take your time and you say it, you know? Cause we listen to everything here. Oh, so okay. Before I begin, there is one thing that I wanted to do. And I know we do comments at the end, right? That's the thing we do now. But I have to talk about this one. Okay? Um, so criticism is good, right? I appreciate criticism. I'm glad that people are willing to criticize something that we do. We don't get enough of it. I don't know if that's indicative of us not doing enough to be criticized by or for, or if this is just one of those things. Um, I I don't know. I will not make a claim either way. We're having a great time regardless. But there's a comment that came through on the last video that just it it ticked me off a little bit, okay? And I want to talk about it a little bit just because this is something that I need to respond to now in the beginning if this person comes back to the show. Okay? So, last episode was about the necessary TTRPG books, right? And we covered that, and some people, saw it. And this person named Condor DM uh, made this comment really quick. You've been doing this gimmick for at least a year now. That is what your earliest video tells me. I should not have to tell you to mute while typing so you don't cut people off who are talking and annoy the people listening at the same time. Yes, delete this comment and make the change. I'm not trying to hurt your channel. I'm trying to help. Take the help. Don't bitch and get better at this. What a great way to tell me something. Okay, so first off, you don't know what we do on this channel, I guess. We read every comment and we read them on the screen. So I'm not going to take your comment down. First off, that would be stupid, because if we want to be meta about it, hey, the algorithm loves all comments. Who gives a fuck, right? Secondarily, not gonna bitch about it necessarily. I'm going to address you, Condor. I appreciate the little bit here of the criticism of the typing is annoying you. That's fine. You know, I appreciate that much. Maybe say it in a way that's a little more respectful to us, because I understand it's a tad nitpicky. Well, so hey, Slay, first off. Second off, first, it's just, you are the only person that has actually, like, found this annoying. And I'm not saying there aren't other people. They just haven't said anything. And to be fair as well, I was already going to talk to Aiden about the typing, because it was starting to get to me, right? Now. So we talked about it afterwards, after I found this comment. But, like, first off, calling this a gimmick, a gimmick implies that we are just doing this in order to, the definition of gimmick is that this is being used to generate views and such, like the way that we're doing the show. And the format itself, not necessarily a gimmick, it's just part of the podcast. I don't know, is it a gimmick to watch videos and respond to them? I don't think so. That's been a thing for a very long time. The way we do it is a little different, but the quote-unquote gimmick has been here for a very long time. So, plus the word gimmick has a lot of negative connotations to it. Like, this isn't something that is very high effort, or something that is really, like, good? I don't know. But, so I'm not appreciative of that word being used, because, again, the word choice. Secondly, I should not have to tell you to mute while typing. So, first off, if something annoys you, if something is something that you want to criticize, hey, Pizza Fuck, if something is there that you want to criticize, you should be able to, and absolutely, like, have the right to freely say, hey, man, I find this kind of annoying, and maybe some other people do, but I know I do. Maybe you could look into this, right? Absolutely, you can say that. But also, like, maybe, I don't know, it doesn't seem like it cut anybody off, the typing. If it did, should cite me an example. I don't remember that, okay? And, like, because I'm pretty sure every single one of us have been able to get our points across because of the typing, like, in spite of the typing. And then, again, presuming that I'm going to delete your comment to make my, like, make the video better, to quote-unquote not hurt the channel, right? That's, what are you talking about? So I gave you a like. I gave you a like because I acknowledge that you are there, okay? But I didn't, or sorry, I gave you a thumbs up. I acknowledge you're there. I didn't give you your little like from the heart, because that's what that means, right? But again, I appreciate if you say something and you find something kind of annoying. Way back, we got a comment about the burping. We addressed it. We can't help it sometimes. We drink energy drinks and stuff in order to do the show. It's a late night show. Unfortunate. But again, if you have something you want to say, please do say it. I will address it. It will be addressed, okay? Usually at the end, because of comments, but I had to talk about you right now, because again, it just felt really, like, the vibe I got off of your comment wasn't the most constructive, let's say. And yes, you can make the argument, okay, before anybody else does, you can make the argument that we are not entirely, like, nice and constructive and that stuff all the time. And, like, I'm not saying, like, don't do this again, in the sense of, like, I can't take it, oh my god, I'm gonna ban you, right? Like, I'm not a little bitch about that, You know, if I were to do that, then you could justify calling me a bitch about it. Okay? But I hope that you understand that I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to tell you what's going on and how it is. So, in the future, if you don't hear typing anymore, it's not because of you. It's because I was starting to get annoyed. Personally. You just were there. At the same time, coincidentally. Anyway. So. Moving on from that. It's fine to give constructive criticism, but you don't have to use insults. Also, like, insults are a part of, like, we've insulted people, right, on the show. Every now and again, we do. But it's not because we don't like, it's not because we're insulting the person themselves. We're usually insulting, like, what they're doing, you know, with their video. And so we do it all the time. And, like, again, it's not like I can't take it. It's just, I don't know, if you want something to change, there's a way to do it that in a text response, your tone doesn't come across as well. And if that was meant to be a joke, not clear. I don't know. But it didn't seem like it, because he was saying, don't bitch about it and get better at this. Like, that language right there is like, hey man, fuck you, get better. And I'm like, okay, thank you, sir. I'm trying to make the show better, as gradually as I can, as quickly as I can. But I don't know about you saying, I'm trying to help, take the help, is gonna necessarily make the fucking thing better. It's just like, you're demanding me to listen to you, okay? In which case I go, man, I really don't want to listen to you. In fact, I want to spite you so bad. I want to type so loud next to the mic for you. But I won't, because I'm not gonna be that petty. That's the thing. I know if I think, honestly, for a joke, I know if Aiden was here, he would definitely start doing it. Oh man. Anyway, I read that as he is talking about the typing is the gimmick. If that was the case, I don't know where the fuck he got that from. TableTalk is like MST3K for TTRPG videos. Thank you for that high praise. Holy fuck. I'm fine with the typing. Yeah, again, no one else has commented on it. And if it has annoyed you, please let me know. I will listen to you. Just maybe don't tell me that, like, don't demand that I take your help, right? Because, again, come on, man. You really think you're that important? I'm sorry. It's just, you really, like, I like hearing things from people, from the chat and everything, but I'm not gonna, like, take you entirely, like, I'm gonna have to take your words at face value, because all I have is your words. So, come on, man. Anyway, moving on from that, let's go to the main topic of today. Now that I've covered that, we'll get back to comments, but that will be at the end of the show. So, here we go. So, as I said before, this is why there is no good Harry Potter TTRPG. Brought to us by the Burger Krieg. So, please help me in my watch through of this by myself with you guys. We'll see what the deal is about. I watched, I think it was 2.5 minutes of this in the beginning, so I know a little bit about that bit, but I'm excited to see more because I want to know more. You know, I would agree with the MST3K. The Cody days were classic. Thanks, Slay. Okay, on that note, man, I really feel for Cody now, in the sense of, he gets no views now. Like, his one opinion that he would not back down on, that was just his personal opinion about a system that was not the fault of the system, was just the fault of him and his group. The one thing has really killed his viewership, and I'm sad about that. I don't watch his videos at all, but man, it just feels like it's a little bit of a waste of, like, you know, oi. It's just a little bit of a waste of like his potential, because again, I liked that one video he did when he was complimenting Pathfinder. Don't worry, I'm pulling up your thing, Steely. Because now I need to see what you said. Because my eyes are old and I can't see feet away from me. Let's see what we got. My man, $3 to buy Aiden a clicky cherry MX keyboard. Thank you for the donation. So let us move on.
If you're anything like me, you grew up with a little something called Harry Potter, and you loved it. Waiting for our letters to Hogwarts to be finally liberated from our proverbial closets under the stairs was a thing that I think pretty much all 10-year-olds did way back then, myself included. And of course, when it did...
A lot of them did, but I... Like, okay, so before I go any further, let me actually take my stance on Harry Potter. Cody's response to the criticism of this video is what sank him from what I've seen. Oh yeah, well now he only does like one video a month as well, but his Patreon is keeping him like okay, which I'm glad for because he has a family, right? Like his family shouldn't have to suffer from his bad like take, right? Just like anybody, like it shouldn't. That's his livelihood is now ruined because, which it's not ruined, but he isn't getting as much from views. But his Patreon is keeping him good, so that's good. I'm glad. But yeah, so Harry Potter for me, it was good when I was a kid. I haven't read them since. I remember my excuse me, my mom and I would read them at night, before bed. We would read them together, basically. It was, my mom would read to me, and I would read the books themselves. Before that, I think. But there was a time where, or after that, I mean, there was a time where that was my childhood, right? It was really great, going through those books, because they were just really, really nice books for a kid. I've not read them since. I've seen all the movies. What I'll say about Harry Potter, like, objectively, is that it is one of the best franchises, best film franchises to have made such an impact on the world. Not best as in, like, it is the best one. It is the one that is the most successful that I have seen because it has been lasting so fucking long, right? So it is successful in a financial standpoint. But I don't know about the writing of it. It's been a while since I've seen a lot of the movies. I remember the first one being good, the last time I watched it, but I have not watched the movies since a while. So I honestly could not tell you if the writing is really good in those. And again, the book writing, don't know. Haven't read them in a long time. It's funny about his Pathfinder video got me into Pathfinder 2e. Yeah, no, that was like, it was one of the ones that, like, I remember, like, when we covered it, it was great. Well, it had some issues, but it was still good. Me too, Slay. Yeah. Couldn't get past the first book. So that's fair enough. Like, it became so much more than the books as well. It became a cultural fucking phenomenon, right? Like, it has influenced so many people to such a degree that they literally made the amusement park and shit, right? The rule... Right, I was gonna read that. Damn it. But yeah, so... The, what was it? Yeah, it's made a big impact, and, like, a lot of people love it. Oh, sent too soon. No worries. I don't care for it anymore. What are you doing? Okay. I'm excited. I'm waiting with bated breath. I don't care for Harry Potter that much anymore. The Chosen One story is fine. I don't know, it is what it is, right? Like it was for me as a kid. Now I want more nuanced, not nuanced, more interesting to me characters that aren't just purely about doing like the right thing. I like the complicated, more anti-hero in, if you want to go typical archetype. But it's more complicated than that, you know? Um, do bad things for the right reasons, do the right thing for bad reasons, who knows? Like, that's the kind of characters that I like now. But my other problem is I haven't read anything for a very long time. So I used to read all the time, and I haven't read a book in forever. If you don't count the like Necron Codex that I read. The rules of that world break down too much when you start to think about it. Oh, I'm sure. That doesn't surprise me at all. I so the what turned me off from Harry Potter was everyone talking about it, first off, which turns me off from a lot of things. It's what made me not want to watch Squid Game for a very long time, and then when I watched it I was like, "Oh, this is like amazing." And by very long time I mean for like the first week, right? But anyway, so um the so that got me to not care as much, and then they kept going with like Fantastic Beasts, and I read that and I was like, oh, this is nothing neat. J.K. Rowling, we can just put that up as well, of like, I don't, again, you can divorce things from the creator, but when the creator is like right there and trying to influence you to think certain ways about certain things, it's hard to, for me at least, for this case, to divorce the two a little bit. Um, Man, I love the fact that everybody was just shitting on the floor and then putting like a spell to make it invisible or whatever. Like, it's so dumb. Anyway, so yeah, there's that, and then just all the stuff about that. We don't need to get into it. And then they started coming out with more movies about Fantastic Beasts, and I was like, okay. And then I didn't watch them and all of that, right? I like character arcs. Data is my favorite character in sci-fi due to his quest to become more human and how he progresses through the series and movies. Okay, see, that's what I'm saying. Yes, Pizza Funk. Data is a great character. I love Data. Data is one of my favorite Star Trek characters. Absolutely. Because fucking, like, uh, yeah, just as you say, his quest to become human really helps with like us seeing how we are human in a way as well, right? Like, just like understanding like us as a human being, it feels like, and like seeing the simplicity that is the android mind into getting into it. um the absolute, or not simplicity, but you know what I mean, the how he tries to simplify it. um the absolute craziness that came from the Harry Potter fans I knew at college to kind of turn me off of it in the long run. That's fair. Honestly, like everyone I knew in college knew their house, and God, I took the quiz once. I don't care. My thought in Harry Potter, I'm just waiting for someone to ask me what house I am so I can answer Atreides. Yes, I reject your nerdery and replace it with my own. Atreides? Is that? Oh fuck! I know what that is. Fuck. Wait. No, I don't. But I've heard it before. What's that from? Remind me, Steely. Um. But the rules lawyer recently did a video on Pathfinder 2e combat video that does a subtle jab and proved that his illusion of choice was on his lack of game knowledge. Ooh. Well, what a coincidence. Because well, you'll see at the end of the show. We'll get there. But that's we'll have to look. Mm. Um, I also cried like a bitch when he died in Nemesis. Yeah, but they brought him back, so really, was it worth it? And also, all the TNG movies. Uh... Anyway, let's continue. It's only been 20 seconds. So that's my basis of Harry Potter now is just like, yeah, it's neat. Don't get super like in my face about it. It's got some neat stuff.
Come because my documentation was lost in the wizarding. Well, that was very disappointing. Now, many years later, Harry Potter isn't really a big or important part of my life anymore at all, to be honest, but I still do look back upon it with a lot of fondness.
That's
and
fair.
when people ask, which, you know, they are prone to do on occasion, I can tell them with confidence that I am a Ravenclaw, and for many people, I am in fact the Ravenclaw that they point to when they are asked, excuse me, but what is a Ravenclaw? So probably one of
What's a Ravenclaw? What's that supposed to be again? My problem with Harry Potter is that the houses don't mean anything. Yeah, I mean, so yeah, Gryffindor is for the brave and the good. Slytherin is for the evil. Just what the fuck, dude? Why would you do that? The um what was Hufflepuff for? Are they the Finders? I don't remember. Ravenclaw was like something. I don't know. Somebody tell me. Ravenclaw was the smart house. Why the fuck was Hermione in fucking Gryffindor then? That doesn't make any sense. Neat.
my favorite pastimes is to engage my childish fantasies of being a hero, or, you know, rather not as much of a hero, but a complex and nuanced character, while
Yes.
playing pen and paper role-playing games. But the thing that you find out rather quickly when you look into this particular little subject matter is that though there are probably
Okay, House Atreides is from Dune. I was gonna say Dune, but I didn't want you to laugh at me if I was wrong. I was legit gonna say Dune. Okay. Thank you, Steely.
tens of thousands of different systems for RPGs and hacks of those systems of RPGs and, you know, frameworks to construct your own RPGs within
Right.
a lot of system agnostic RPGs. There's really not any good one for Harry Potter. Don't get me wrong, there is a lot of terrible ones, ranging from making Shadowrun look like a rules light system
right.
to, oh, it's just one line and it says pretend to be a character from Harry Potter. There's even
Okay. So I first off, I want to know, right? He references Shadowrun being bare bones basically. And I can't imagine that, first off, just knowing what I know about Shadowrun. Also, I would imagine they change guns and stuff into spells? What? If there is let me let me see if the internet can help me really quick. Shadowrun Harry Potter? Oh no. Oh, I don't want fan fiction. No. This is also fan fiction. Wait. Is it? Yes. Oh no. Uh No, okay, I can't find it, but I really want to know. Houses don't matter because you can just ask to be in whichever one you want. That is true. If that is the case, like, why wouldn't you always ask to be in Gryffindor, the one that everybody likes? You're right about that with the Sorting Hat. Like, what? And it's supposed to be, like, you know, a magical thing, but, Calling Shadowrun bare bones is like calling Thanksgiving dinner a light snack. Oh, dude. So, I'm like, legit, like, keeping count of my calorie intake now, because I want to be healthy, because I'm not a healthy man. And I found out that it can get up to like 3,000 calories. It's crazy. I'm not doing that. But you're right. Like, if somebody can find the Harry Potter is Shadowrun, but like really, really dumbed down to work, then by all means let me know. Because man, that sounds interesting in the sense of just seeing what they do. Fanfiction. Oh, the nightmares. Yeah. I think he was saying that some of the HP systems make Shadowrun look like it's light on rules. Oh, is that what he's saying? Let's bring it back.
Making Shadowrun look like a... Don't get me wrong, there is a lot of terrible ones, ranging from making Shadowrun look like a rules-light system to...
Oh, you're right. Okay, I was entirely wrong. That's interesting. If it's so complicated that it makes Shadowrun look light, that sounds awful. Oh no. Okay. Well, how complex would it be? Is it like, let's say it's got a system of like power level, right? In the sense of this is how good you are as a wizard. Let's say you have a level, and then you have like magic level of spell, right? Where it's like, oh, it's, you know, an Expelliarmus level 3, who knows? And then the other person then uses their counter of using a protection spell level 3, and it fizzles or something, and like there's a percentage chance, and but also I'm also like describing AD&D a little bit, so it doesn't seem that complicated now I'm thinking it. So then it also has maybe the spells require certain words that like have to be said by your actual mouth so that you can cast the spell as well. I don't know. Maybe every spell has its own rulebook. That's fair enough. I wonder if you get free Black Eyelander if you join Slytherin. You get free goons. That's what happens. It requires a degree in thermodynamics, evil hate productions. I like hate though. I know it's supposed to be hat, but I like hate. I have had a very bad time with getting in shape myself. For me, my big success came with concentrating on weightlifting combined with working at home while with dumbbells instead of going to the gym. Yeah, I can't go to a gym. I don't like people seeing me work out. It makes me feel bad. So, but I did just get a pull-up bar for a door, so I can use that. Hello, Indigo. How's it going? Good evening indeed. But anyway, yeah. So let's continue.
Oh, it's just one line, and it says, pretend to be a character from Harry Potter?
Right, so that's not a system, right? Like, we talked about this before, but I think the most bare bones things you need for a basic system is you need some sort of rule set that actually defines the game. Because, I mean... And this could be. It's going okay? Thanks for asking. Good. I'm glad. So for this one sentence thing, I assume there has to be basic rules behind it. Okay? It's probably not just like, oh, you look at a page and it says play as Harry, right? Like, or somebody in the Harry Potter universe. It's probably like something like GURPS or something similar that then just goes, hey man, you should just say that you're in Harry Potter. You can just do that with GURPS. Right? And it doesn't really go too far into it. If that's the case, I don't know. But I assume something like that is what he's referring to. I don't know. I would love to have an example. Oh god, I found a Reddit post about a DM that modified Call of Cthulhu system for Harry Potter. Kind of interesting. What I will say is that you don't lose sanity every time you cast a spell in Harry Potter, so... Unless you do. I don't know. Maybe it works. Who knows, dude?
There's even a handful of...
We haven't even gotten, like, an actual, like, example yet, so I'm excited. Harry Potter and the Thing That Should Not Be. Don't give JK any fucking ideas. She'll try to come back again.
Harry Potter. There's even a handful of decent ones, which, although, to be fair, not many, I have played. And they're certainly fun, I do have to say, but they don't feel enough like Harry Potter, or they leave too little room for player creativity. There's some mechanically alright ones, where basically it's about making a timetable in Hogwarts and going to school.
Right.
Which, I have to be entirely honest with you, I don't really care about that. Look, if that's the kind of game you enjoy, more power to you. But at 26, I kind of don't want to play pretend going to school anymore, personally. Though
it's funny because I'm 26 and still going to school. Haha. But yeah, cast Leviosa and start seeing things. Oh, that'd be great. So something that I have said before, and I will always stick by, is that I really love doing mundane shit in video games, okay? In Viscera Cleanup Detail, I love cleaning in that game. In House Flipper, I love flipping that house until I got to houses where anyway, there was a whole thing. There was a pink house and it had all these things that like were just good. And I just cleaned it and then sold it for a profit. And I was like, oh, okay, so it doesn't matter. Neat. I like your game. I was having a lot of fun until that point. But I really like doing, like, really mundane things in games. Hell, I got... I didn't necessarily like it, but I got the fucking Insane in the Membrane achievement in WoW. I don't know if you guys know about that achievement, but man, does it fucking suck. I will never do that again, ever in my life. I beat WoW. I will tell you 100%, I beat WoW because I got that fucking achievement. But, man, I graduated with my BS in computer system security when I was like around 30. Life messes with you, that's true. You're not allowed to complain. I'm 29 and getting my second degree. Hey, you're smarter than me. Shut up. I have 3 idle games running at the same time. Nice. 23 and a middle school dropout. Hey, if you're still making life work, hey, you're doing something, you know? That's the thing. I will always say, fucking higher education isn't for everyone, and it shouldn't necessarily be, like, something that you have to pay through the fucking nose for. But anyway, that's a whole different conversation. So, my point was saying that I like doing really like mundane shit in like video games is that's fun to me, because I'm still involved because the video game is like a video game, right? With the thought of a timetable management thing in a RPG. Now, I'm not opposed to it right off the bat. I know that's like, I kind of am setting it up that I would be. I'm kind of interested in what you do. And attending classes and kind of like optimizing your schedule in learning and like all that kind of stuff. It sounds really interesting. It's not escapism for me, really, although it would be more escapism for me being a good student, I guess. But it does sound interesting, and like it's not for everyone. I can understand that. But man, I kind of want to try that out, and I may look into it at some point just to see and try it out. Because I'm wondering if it's like the business stuff in 3.5, right? In 3.5, you can start a business, and there are rules, and there are business encounter rules in the DMG2 in 3.5, and so if for this time management education sim that I'm playing in my TTRPG, if there are like random tables for like education fucking encounters of like, oh, a school fucking bully is coming to like beat you up, what do? Right? Like, you have to maybe miss a class, or you can try to like get him in trouble or something, you know? Like, if there's something like that, man, that would be really interesting, right?
To be fair, even when I was a kid, I found all of the things outside of Hogwarts a lot more interesting than all of the things that were happening inside of Hogwarts. As you know, it's not to say that I didn't think that Hogwarts was cool and all that, but even knowing today that the larger scale world building and the world building in general, but especially the larger scale world building of J.K. Rowling is rather shit, I've not been discouraged from finding all that stuff highly fascinating. I mean, fucking, right? All of sub-Saharan Africa has one wizarding school, and it's called fucking Wagadagadoo. You see, there's a problem.
I didn't know about that. I don't look into the stuff that's like super out there with Harry Potter. I don't know a lot of it, but I like anyway. A lot of the Harry Potter role-playing I saw was LARPing. Okay. That makes sense because LARP is cool, first off. I want to LARP. I've never LARPed, right? Like that just sounds like it fits because then you throw your bags of sand at people. Like, it's not like an open bag, obviously. It's a sandbag. Why would I say bags of sand? It's a sandbag. You throw your sandbags at people, and that would be your spell, right? Like the fireball and all that. It seems like it would be pretty good for LARP. I like RPGs that support that kind of gaming, so not every adventure/session is a dungeon crawl. Great for more urban-focused gaming too. Yes. Oh, absolutely. If the management of the, like, he's with the timetable management kind of thing for your education, if some of that is also like you spend the night exploring the outer forest, like oh god, what is it called? The cursed forest or whatever the fuck. I don't remember. It's been like years. Dark forest, was it generic? I don't remember. Anyway, you spend the night doing that. Oh, you know, get some bravery, right? Like, I'm thinking like dating sim kind of like stats. You have like your intelligence, your bravery, your magical prowess. I don't know. Or maybe you can do it as like classes, like defense against the dark arts and like potions and like all that kind of stuff. Like, each of those has their level that you do as you continue through your school year or something. I don't know. I'm just throwing things out there. I have no idea. Have you watched the Counter Monkey about him making the bathtub Semtex in the vampire LARP? I believe so. I remember I watched a lot. I watched all of Counter Monkey. So I probably did. Yes. There were Quidditch matches in your area too. Man, that sounds awesome. Like, it's super nerdy and fucking awesome. I would love to watch a LARP Quidditch match. Oh man, how do they do beaters? How do they do that? I want to know. Do they literally just have people carrying a ball and a bat and they just fucking knock it at people? That would be sick. I would love that. It is glorious. Man, I want it to be that they have like a child who's really fast. That's their snitch. And then like the adults who are, because it's obviously adults who are doing this, the adults are trying to catch the child. There's a YouTube video about one way it was played. Oh man, that's my own free time stuff. Anyway, let's continue.
The Harry Potter universe, in that it is uniquely unsuited to be turned into an RPG. And the main reason for that is that, at least theoretically, any wizard can cast any spell.
That's true.
In practical terms, this isn't really necessarily always the case. Some wizards are just straight up more powerful than others, and they can do spells that require more juice, although the rules on that also not really all that clear.
That's
in
true.
any books, and sometimes it's questionable if that is even the case. I mean, yes, sure, Dumbledore was able to summon a big fucking water elemental to fight Voldemort, but Harry just said one word and just summoned a bunch of hellfire that was so powerful it destroyed a Horcrux. So, which I think the water elemental, as powerful as it was, wouldn't have been able to do. But
Okay, so, man, he brings up a lot of really good points. Because he's right. If you really think about the magic system in Harry Potter, it seems like the moment that you learn how to say the fucking word is the moment that you know how to use the spell. Okay? And there does not seem to be that much drawback. Especially since the way that you cast spells is through your wand. And your wand is suited to you. And your wand will always work unless somebody breaks it, right? And then you gotta get a new wand or something, or win one in a duel and then it obeys you. That was a thing, right? You win in a duel and then their wand obeys you, and then you can then use their wand, but it's like not cool with you entirely, or is it all cool with you now because you won? Anyway, more questions. And then quite literally with the point of I legit almost said the wrong fucking name for Dumbledore. Anyway, Dumbledore summoning his water elemental and being like, "Hey, I'm really powerful," and Voldemort always being like, "Ah, you're really powerful." In which so Dumbledore is, but he also like. I don't remember him being very, shown to be very powerful. I was told all the time that he was very powerful because Voldemort was scared of him. That was the reason that I was given. And the water elemental very much slipped my mind until he, told me about it in the video. So, I don't have very many examples of him showing that he's very powerful. Man, tell don't show, huh? Neat. What a great literary thing. And then with Harry destroying the Horcruxes with crazy shit, and he also uses Expelliarmus all the time in the movies, at least, as well, cuz I remember the movies much more than the books. It's just the fact of the matter. But with Expelliarmus being used all the fucking time to negate everything. Man. What a spell, huh? What a catch-all spell. The snitch should be a greased pig. I agree. But they would run around with brooms between their legs. Awesome. Greased pigs are super hard to catch. Yes. Honestly, that would be much better.
You can't do the whole Cruciatus thing unless you really truly want someone to suffer, and you can't just Avada Kedavra a motherfucker either. Other requirements?
Is that true? Wait. Is that true? I thought you could. I don't remember that being established. Maybe I'm wrong. Let's find out. Let's find out really quick. Cruciatus curse. Oh god, I can still spell it. Oh no. Oh god. Oh no. One of the 3 unforgivable curses. Oh god, I'm going to a fandom. Here we go. Only triggers pain. Oh, I don't want to know about the history in the Middle Ages or the Second Wizarding War or the First Wizarding War. I just want to know, performance? Okay, here we go. To successfully perform this curse, merely uttering the incantation was not enough. The wizard or witch must possess a deep desire to cause the victim pain, and to take pleasure in their suffering. Oh, okay, so that's the added thing of taking pleasure. For example, despite being furious with Bellatrix Lestrange for her murder of his godfather, Harry was only able to cause her a brief moment of pain because he's really nice and really good. because he used it in righteous anger, though he was still able to knock her off her feet with it. So he's really special because he was able to make her feel pain. Neat. I need a reference, though. I want... Oh, a cite. Ooh, citations. Here we go. Order of the Phoenix, the only one he ever feared. But that doesn't tell me about, like... Okay, maybe. The fact that the wizards didn't rule the world always bothered me. Don't they, though? Technically? Yeah, what's with the fact that... Why would they not... Why do they care that, like, people that aren't wizards are a thing? You know? Also, how do they quiet all these things down? You know? It's impossible to do some of the things. Like to say, hey man, this didn't happen. You know? In some cases, especially in the modern world. Mind wiping. Well, if it's that simple. You know what? You're right, because they literally can just do that at all times. Man, being a wizard in Harry Potter is, like, way overpowered, huh? That's crazy.
Other spells are not explored all too, except for the one where you have to have a fond memory of something to do a Patronus, which I wouldn't be certain which one I would pick because I don't really have any.
Oh. In Fantastic Beasts, they kind of show that stuff. Okay. I don't know. I want Men in Black wizards. That would be kind of cool. If that's like a branch of the ministry. I don't know, a wizard did it. Bad DM, aka me. Fair. There's some good fiction battle arguments in forums about wizards versus the military. The winner is not at all clear. See, I don't buy that, though. So, how does a wizard... Okay, two things. How is there no wizard nuke spell? Because that has to exist, right? If that doesn't exist, why? Especially in the modern day. You just do a shit ton of magic and kill everything. I don't know. Is that not a thing? Alright, and then two, if that's not a thing, then doesn't a nuke beat them? Don't they just destroy them? I know they have their protection, but it is a nuclear blast. It does kind of do a lot. I don't know. That's the thing. I don't know the arguments between, but I would imagine that wizards win every time. Because magic that is, like, so powerful that it fucking... If there was a magic nuke spell, I think Voldemort would have used it. That's fair. You're absolutely correct. I don't know. This is the thing. I don't see why there isn't one. That's my point more so, is like, why isn't there one? If all the magic is so hard to... Not hard, but is so readily, like, able to be used in most cases, regardless of skill, quote-unquote, or power, quote-unquote, like, there are 3 examples so far of things that are, like, you need a certain emotion, you need a certain position, and you need a certain, like intention. Maybe a couple of those are the same. Position and intention might be the same thing in this case, but regardless, those are the only spells so far that have been, like, given rules and guidelines, you know? Muggles would be too afraid to not take it well that wizards are real. Oh, yeah, sure, but... So? Logic is not kind to Harry Potter. That's true. Whoa there, careful, you're putting way more thought than JK ever did. Yeah, well, so that's the thing when you start analyzing these things of like, is this well written? Do we have good world building? Eh, in isolation, in a vacuum, maybe. But when Harry Potter exists in 2010, you know, the most damage a nuke does is from radiation, but I wouldn't want to be next to one when it goes off. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, the blast itself will hurt you, but yeah, you're right. One argument is that One argument used is that a gun trigger is faster than a spell. Along with that, people bring up nukes, long-range snipers, and airstrikes. Okay, so first off, a gun trigger is faster than a spell. Um, Not entirely sure about that. Um, okay, I understand what you're saying. If we're talking about a one-on-one, like, flat field, right? Just hop into a refrigerator. Indy did it and survived a nuclear bomb. Yeah, that's also shit. But yeah, it's a typical fiction battle fan wars. I mean, sure, but if we're going to actually do this, then you have to remember, it's not just a fucking flat playing field for both of them. Literally, wizards and stuff, like, they can turn invisible and destroy you. Like, that's just a thing. They can fucking summon a spell from a continent away and probably destroy your entire, like, being in a couple of words. Yeah, a gun's better right up next to you. Sure, they have to wave their wand and say some words. You can just pull the trigger. Absolutely. But magic making you invisible and going, "Hey, you're dead if I just whisper words at you. I can be in a bush. You would never see me." It's hard for me to see, like, magic not winning just because of the way that it's so, um, it's so overpowered in Harry Potter. Anyway, I don't know. I could be entirely wrong. I'm willing to be wrong. I would love to see the arguments and hear them in more detail. I legit cannot, with everything that I have seen from Harry Potter, can't say in good conscience that wizards would not win every time and just enslave the entire world. If there weren't other wizards that were like, "Hey man, don't." you know.
As far as they're explored, they're not explored too much. There's just like a handful of ones where it's a plot device, and there it's important. Fundamentally, any wizard can attempt any spell, and that's a problem. I mean,
Yes.
sure, you could, like, have differences in the builds of the plays, and that you have certain characters that specialize in certain kinds of spells and get whatever bonuses you will apply to whatever RNG system that you're going to implement. But the fundamental problem that this actually carries is that every single player needs to know every single spell by heart and have to have it, you know, off the top of their head. And I actually went through the list with a clicker, and let me tell you, there's 307 of them. 307 documented spells across all Harry Potter media.
Okay, so I have a little bit of an issue with that argument. Just because everyone needs to know every spell, doesn't mean that they all will. Which I understand that's his point, but it also doesn't mean that they can't. Literally a book of spells. You could carry a book with you, in order to know all the spells. And I know, like, it's just using D&D in that kind of respect of you have a spell book and that's where you get your spells. But legitimately, there is no reason why you can't keep a small journal with every spell in it. And yes, it would be incredibly hard for you to maybe, like, do things in battle, but then you would have your tried and true ones that you remember for battle, quote unquote, right? But you would then, like, have a book that would have every spell. And the fact that they have them learning their spells in the school even says that, like, not everyone will know every spell at all times. Hell, Hermione only knows every spell is because she's, like, special. Because that's how she was written, you know? We never saw the full potential of magic in Harry Potter, never saw any of the other wizarding schools or how they train students. It's true. There's very little, absolutely. And, like, they leave it so open-ended with, like, the power and everything. Like, it's crazy. I think it's a good point that the wizards can operate from hiding and in general make sure they always have the positional advantage. Also magic infiltration and mind control. Yes. Absolutely. They literally just say Crucio at a guy if they really want him to, like, get fucked. And he's fucked. Forever. It's one word. They point at him and they go, "You're dead," basically. And then they go, "I'm dead." They really want to. And she time travels. That's true. She also does time travel. Oh, God, time travel. I forgot that that was in Harry Potter. Why is it in everything? Time travel is such a hard thing to do. It makes everything so weird and messed up and just... How did... Okay, so going strictly from the movie... Like, how did no one notice this? 1, 2... Like, I hate... Anyway. The gun versus wand thing reminds me of when someone would say it's easy to kill a knight because you know where the weak points are, forgetting the fact that knights know them too. So the difference here is that a knight and a human, a knight is going against, in this scenario, a knight would be going against a guy with a gun, right? I assume, right? A knight going against a guy who knows magic. So legitimately the only thing they need to do, and I'm not talking about D&D, I'm talking about if this is like a legitimate thing in the world and you have a man who is magical, they could fry you in an instant. They could, you know, like, I don't know. So, and I'm going straight off of just Harry Potter magic. That shit is so powerful. And it has no limits, except for 3 that are for specific spells. The fact that the mind controlling and the, like, mind wiping spells can just be said and it works. It's a knight fighting a peasant. Oh yeah, they're on equal ground. In the sense, if that's the case, then the knight wins every time against the peasant, unless the peasant is creative and crafty. But for a wizard with its magic in the Harry Potter universe, it's so overpowered. It's crazy. The best part of the time travel was that it wasn't even a spell. It was an item that if you could get your hands on it, anyone could use it. Oh yeah, that sucks. Wizard is the knight. Okay, so if it's okay. Yes, absolutely. Then, if a wizard is the knight in this case, but again, we're going off of you're putting them on very equal playing fields, even with it having be the wizard is the knight and the peasant is the guy with the gun, right? Again, magic is such a fucking game changer. It really, like, if the system isn't explicit in the fact that magic has drawbacks, the wizard wins. Because Harry Potter has no fucking drawbacks for a lot of this shit. It doesn't take your energy, really, to cast spells. Like, you just do it. It's fucked. Anyway.
These include incredibly specific spells, such as one that makes snakes disappear, or one that turns your ears into kumquats, or my personal favorite, one that makes you shoot sardines out of your nostrils. This doesn't even touch upon potions, magical artifacts, divination, and knowing about magical plants and creatures. This is also assuming that the spells that are documented by the fan community that have been shown to people are the only ones that exist, which we know for certain is not the case. No wonder they don't have, like, fucking time for English class in Hogwarts. This is a very busy, it's like a university education from first grade. Now,
Yeah, no shit. That's yes, you're right. But again, with his point about having to like know all the spells, like again, no. Just like in how D&D, you don't know all the spells when you're a first level wizard. Even in Harry Potter, the argument is definitely there for like saying that if you're a wizard in training, before you go to school, you don't know shit. You might make some glass disappear, like Harry. I don't know. I really don't know. Is that just because Harry was Harry? I have no fucking idea. I really don't know. But if that's a thing, you might just be spouting off magic by accident. You just don't have the ability to control it. So first you need a fucking wand. And you go get a wand, and then, hey, now you can learn spells. Right? Then you have to be taught them. If you're never taught something, you won't know it. So, I guess unless you're getting taught these things in your underground guerrilla, school of magic, while you're out and about outside of school, outside of Hogwarts, if you're in the Harry Potter universe, or whatever school you're at, you're probably not going to know about it. Unless somebody fucking tells you and goes, hey, say it this way, and then do the wand flick like this.
To be fair, in Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition, if you take all of the books that have come out that are official, you put them together, you have a list of 502 turtle spells, all of which are described in rather a lot more detail than the Harry Potter ones. And theoretically, a wizard could learn every single one of those, which of course would be highly impractical because they would have to find all of them and then expend the resources and time to learn every single one of them, which is like a lot. But even if that had...
It is a lot of time. It's like a day per, but it's not a lot in terms of how you get money and stuff in 5th edition. It is... Like, you could, if you had all of them, you could learn them all in a year. And that's crazy. You could just write them all down in your spellbook. I think. I might be off on that. In fact, I will fact check myself about learning spells as a wizard in 5e. Really quick. Let's see. Learning spells. Each time you gain a wizard level, copying a spell into a spellbook. When you find a spell of first level or higher, you can add it to your spellbook as if it is a spell level you can prepare, and if you can spare the time to decipher and copy it. Copying that spell into your spellbook involves reproducing the basic form of the spell, then deciphering the unique system of notation used by the wizard who wrote it. For each level of the spell, the process takes 2 hours and costs 50 gold. The cost represents material components you expend as you experiment with the spell to master it, as well as the findings you need to record it. And that's not to say that these are... So, sorry, with all 500, it takes maximum 18 hours to learn a spell, which is a lot, don't get me wrong, but it actually is way easier than taking 500 days like I had initially said, especially when you take into the fact that if it's part of your school, it's incredibly easy to, like, that makes it easier for you to get certain spells. But this is the thing as well. With the Harry Potter stuff, it is so much worse than this. If you gave your wizard, if you're trying to be faithful to the material, if you gave your wizard every spell in the game, they would just know them just by looking at them. So, yeah. I think the Fantastic Beasts movie had a thing about wizards who don't learn to control their magic destroy themselves into, magic shades. Fuzzy on the accuracy of that. I didn't watch the movie, so I don't know. And I can't reference the book, because the book isn't about, a story. So I don't know. But, sure. If we're going by the movie logic, then okay. That's new. I don't know. Don't remember that in the other ones. Maybe it's there. I don't remember it. But hey, new rule. Neat.
Theoretically happened, a level 20 wizard that has maxed out intelligence can only have 25 of those spells prepared at any given time. And this is at a point in the game when the player has spent hundreds of hours with that character, their spell book, manually,
So his point here overall is that D&D does it better, and I agree.
Selected, found, understood spells that they transcribed and have used in the campaign. A wizard that's starting out has 3 to 5 spells. So for Harry Potter, even if you pare it down to only the spells we have names for, that we have certain formulas for in the books and movies, not even the extended universe stuff, not even the new movies, it's 75. And players would have to know and understand these very well from the very first session. It is
okay. No. Again. No. Not necessarily. So again, I will bring up the argument of unless they have had these things taught to them, how would they know about those spells? Are we starting after school? In which case, okay, we have a wizard that's already, into their wizarding career. You started not at level 1, you're at level, I'll say 6, fuck it. I don't know, arbitrary number at that point. If that's our level 1, man, that sucks. Yeah, if you're gonna start me with all of that stuff, absolutely, but why are we assuming that every wizard is gonna know everything? Because if you go by the movie or the books, not all of the wizards in the school do very well. Hermione's the only one who gets straight fucking A's every time. Or S's, or who knows. I don't know. Maybe they do a better one. I don't remember. I remember owls. That's all I remember. In the sense of those are the tests. But she gets the highest grade every time. Because she knows everything. Because her brain is full of it. She just ingests information. So that it's useful at all times. And she knows, everything. Unless she doesn't. But not all of them are like that, so I assume not all of them kept all of that knowledge. And if they did, then they wrote it down? Or they have a book that they can use as, a spell book. In which case, if we're going by spellbook logic, then I guess yes, at that point as well, then we do have to know everything at all times because we have access to it at all times because we are assuming that you wrote down every spell in your spellbook when you were in school. Am I wrong in making the argument against this? Because I feel like it's a big assumption to make. Especially when, right now I can tell you that everything that I've learned in my schooling, in my higher education, I haven't retained all of it. right? Your wizarding career made me stop and think. What do most wizards do after school? They can't all work for the ministry or be sellers on Diagon Alley or be aurors. They will open up their own shops. Oh yeah, well you said that. And dude, I don't know. What I think they just go to work like in the real world. I don't know. Or they find like special jobs like Dragon Wrangler and like, you know, Harry Talker. That's I it's a great question. If only somebody had written a well-made world building kind of thing about it. Who fucking knows? But anyway, I don't know.
Completely unreasonable, even for seasoned Harry Potter fans who are still very much in the universe, to know all of those spells. But even if you somehow managed to download that knowledge into people with one of them Neuralink microchips, you still wouldn't be working within the complete confines of the law, because it is a well-known fact that you can make new spells. You can cast spells without really knowing what it is they actually do.
Oh fuck, you can? Oh, that fucks with everything. Oh god. Okay. Yep. Go on.
There are some theories and interpretations that say that you can basically come up with spells on the spot. And let's be honest, those scenes, and especially those fights, are the most interesting. If what you do essentially is just shoot stew pauses and Expelliarmuses at each other for half an hour, it becomes a very tabletop experience. It becomes a lot more about like strategic positioning on the battlefield to, you know, work with these specific given parameters. You could easily just replace the magic wands with laser guns and you would have the same experience.
That's true.
Personally, I think that magic, the ability to do pretty much anything, should be interesting, and it should, you know, work with like finding specific synergies, finding clever solutions to problematic situations that you find yourself in.
And I agree 100%, but I feel like, and you've convinced me a little bit as you keep going, that Harry Potter makes it so I can't do that without it always being the case. Like, I will always have every solution I need to a problem. Unless we do some sort of randomization of like what happens when I try to do a weird spell, right? Like we need something, because I don't think anything takes like energy or, you know, a resource from your wizard, from what I know. And like, how, you know, what the fuck are we doing if every time I do it, it's just gonna, like, do a thing? Like, I assume we'd have a random table of, like, you get such a percentage, it works, and, you know, it works fine, or it works with a drawback, or it works, you know, with a severe drawback, or it doesn't work, and there's a drawback, or it really fucking doesn't work, and it super hurts you or something. Like, we can have that kind, or it just fizzles out, right? We can have that kind of table. But I see, again, with the way that the world is and the way that the thing is presented, we need to put structure in that does not exist. They need to figure out why Hogwarts has bathrooms despite not needing them. Oh god, no. No. They need them now. Because they forgot how to do that spell or something. I don't... it's so dumb. I hate that. I hate that fucking thing that she said. Ugh.
Just because there's a lot of guns in the battle doesn't mean the battle is epic. I mean, you saw the duel between Dumbledore and Voldemort in the Ministry of Magic, which I cannot show any clips of because of the new copyright law that is now in place in Germany. It's amazing. You know, the one that the Order of Phoenix one, exactly that one. But to achieve this, you would have to go with an entirely freeform magic system, which is, you know, something...
Wait, doesn't the copyright... You're in Germany, but the copyright... Like, YouTube itself uses American copyright, so you should be fine. Unless I'm wrong about that. Um. Anyway, sorry. Cause I don't actually know. That's something I'll have to look into.
For magic system, which is, something that a lot of systems that go
No? Do they do things by country? No? I thought YouTube goes off of American copyright law. Germany has weird copyright rules? Yeah, I mean that's fair enough. That sucks if that's the case, but like do they also just they might be able to sue him? Oh, okay. Huh. I don't know about enough about other countries' laws, and so I'm ignorant in that. But I'm if it's something like they like control the internet usage and such, or they like review things, like they have their own division that reviews things on YouTube, and they know that it came from Germany. I don't know. I'm ignorant, so I'll be totally honest. I have no idea. I've seen things only get copyright struck only in Germany and get banned only in Germany. I don't know why. Okay. I don't know. Neither do I. Okay. Well, I am willing to learn, but not at this very moment.
about wizarding and magic, they do that. This also is the problem where players need to memorize a million spells. But at the same time,
they don't.
because you no longer have those spells, you lose a fuck ton of flavor. And also, and frankly this I think is even more important, even like Mage and Ars Magica and all of those systems have certain limitations on what kinds of spells individual characters can cast, which Harry Potter does not. You don't need to have special training in waterbending magic to attempt or even be good at the waterbending magic.
That's
you
true.
can just say, "Come us, shot us," and liquid will bust out of your wand.
Nice. Very good.
So if you impose any of those limitations that are in those games specifically to make them interesting, you would be going against established Harry Potter lore.
Okay, so here's my question. How much does it matter, I guess, to people to stick strictly to Harry Potter like lore? And I know I've been going from the position of like the lore says that these spells are super overpowered. Because it does, and it is. But if we wanted to fix this, implementing those kinds of rules in order to make it so that power is manageable and not fucking incredibly like hard to deal with feels like something we need to do. Like, we need to fix the world building for Harry Potter in order for it to like work as a game. It didn't matter to JK. It didn't. But if people really want this to work, I feel like we need to like we can take the setting and we can tweak it and we can like fix it, right? Like, cuz fuck fuck all what JK is doing right now. It doesn't matter. It literally does not matter if we want to make, and we can call it Schmerry Gotter. Like, we can make it so that it is inspired by, it won't be necessarily Harry Potter, right? Because we can't get the IP and all that. But we can make it so that it is, right? Like, we can make it so that it's analogous, and then, all that kind of stuff. Whenever I play a licensed game of any kind, I expect gamifying elements. It's the spirit that matters. So, yeah, when I play D&D, I don't play in the Forgotten Realms. Unless somebody is doing a game in the Forgotten Realms, I am not in the Forgotten Realms. More often than not, I'm in whatever world that the DM has made, right? And if we want to take, like, all these kooky spells, because really, Harry Potter, a lot of it is just the kooky spells, and then, like, the fucking, like, 3 or 4 established things of, like, the schools, the ministry, the shops, I think. Maybe Gringotts, who knows? Right? Like, and then you can just put fantasy, right? Just fantasy in real life, where no one knows about it except the people who are wizards, right? Which, okay. First off, we gotta figure out how to fix that. But because again, the subjugation thing really makes more sense than, or some sort of like symbiotic, not symbiotic, cohabitation needs to happen in order for this to work. Because maybe wizards have their own like continent. They can get wizards from any school from any other continent, but then they send them to like this one or something somehow, and they haven't taken over or something. I don't know, man. It's weird. Perry Hodder and the Rock of Wizards. Yes. I think there's an RPG called Kids on Brooms. Same system as Kids on Bikes. It's supposed to be like Harry Potter type of game. Okay, yeah. If they make it work in that, then good. Like, this is the thing. I feel like if we want to be as close to Harry Potter as we can, we use something like Fate, right? We use something that is super bare bones to the point of it literally nothing, like, it doesn't have to, like, it doesn't interfere with the fact that everything is, like, really OP at times, you know? Like, it has to be something more narrative focused, not something very combat heavy. Perhaps not even something that has necessarily like skills, and it just has abilities, right? We were talking about the difference before, and I think the difference is you have an ability to do this thing. So like you have the ability of spell casting, right? And you can cast these spells, and then you can cast whatever spells in Harry Potter, whatever. Though some have limitations, so we have to have a little bit more complexity than just that. But that's the only way to keep it like truly in lore, I think. And in order to make it like more I guess no other thing than well written, in order to actually make it so that things make sense logically, we have to kind of like, well, you can still make the Fate stuff well written. What I'm saying is that Fate allows a little bit more leniency because of like, it feels, at least it allows a bit more leniency in, from what I gather and from what I've seen and what I've, you know, gone into. But with something like fucking like my proposal of making it so that, you know, we have some sort of rewritten like world that has these rules that actually grounds it and actually makes it so that power creep is not an issue as much, and like all of that kind of stuff. I feel like we just need to rewrite everything, unfortunately, and just take inspiration and live like vicariously through it, knowing that it came from and is a more grounded, a better written Harry Potter, you know? Just put wizards on Mars and you're golden. That's fair. Rock of Ages made me think of Def Leppard there. Nice. Hell yeah. Thinking Kiss instead of Def Leppard. Also a valid choice. Anyway, continuing.
Even if somehow, through magic, managed to implement such a thing, players will always just use that in order to fuck with you, and they will never use any of the flavorful spells from the books because they only remember 5 of those and 3 of them are illegal. Mostly they're just gonna find not even clever but just brute force stupid solutions to the problems that you put in their path. And
it depends. It really depends on your players and like what they want to do with their character and all that kind of stuff. Like, let's not, like, I understand, yes, a lot of them will do this, but it depends on your table, it depends on your characters, your players and their characters and all that kind of stuff. Come on. You can say a majority, I'd be fine with that. But you can't just say that everyone's going to do this.
going to be very good at that. You can't just allow characters to go ahead and do whatever, be able to just do anything. It confuses players and it doesn't make for interesting games. But also...
Whoa, that's a weird sentence. Okay. So I know what you mean. You mean that you can't let them be able to do anything and succeed all the time. I assume. I could be wrong. I think that's what you mean. But the way you said it is that you can't let your players do, like, anything. And because it confuses them. That's the spirit of TTRPGs. You can usually just have them do whatever the fuck they want. And you can have them attempt to do it. Right? Like, they don't necessarily succeed every time. Why did my thing... What? Why did that do that? I'm at 10:45. Hold on. Okay, we're good. What the fuck was that? That was weird. But yeah, so I understand what you're saying. It's just the way that you said it was a little strange to me. There's also an RPG called HP Lovecraft Proprietary Academy that's like Harry Potter, but it's set in Miskatonic University for teens. It's not bad. Is that the one that who found that before? I think somebody found that before. I think Slay found that before. You might have been talking about that. I mean, it sounded interesting, if that's the case. I'm just wondering, like, if they use insanity at all. Anyway.
To the problems that you put in their path, and they're very good at that. You can't just allow characters to go ahead and do whatever, be able to just do anything. It confuses players and it doesn't make for interesting games.
That's such a weird thing to say. Still, I'm like it doesn't make for interesting games. So if you play as gods in a game, apparently if you're able to do anything, it still doesn't make it interesting. If you're gods in a campaign and you're creating like other continents and stuff, and like you're creating peoples and doing miracles for them and like, I don't know, fighting other gods and shit, is that not still interesting? It's just a very weird thing to say. I feel like regardless of the fact of like you're still playing your, you know, fantasy escapist game, and it's like it's gonna be interesting. Perhaps not all the time. It might be interesting for a while and it might fall off after a while. It really depends. Like, what are you doing with it? I feel like you need to have a solid foundation in order for it to not be boring after a while. You can go mental, but it's not a focus like it is in Call of Cthulhu. Okay, that makes sense.
But also, you can't really limit the characters because they can do whatever. You see the problem, right? I mean, I've been repeating this a lot, but this is the fundamental problem.
Yes.
And this doesn't even hit on the problems for which there are potential solutions, but all of them are rather inelegant. For example, the premise of Harry Potter is generally that there is a spell for almost anything. Mm-hmm. You don't really need to move or be athletic, yet the characters are that anyway, and you don't need to know too much stuff outside of magic, yet the characters do that anyway. So what kind of stats, if any, would you use to represent the character's abilities? Would intelligence be one of those stats? If so, it would in every character build have to be the highest level stat, because it would be, you know, or whatever stat you would associate with being good at doing magic. Because if you don't have that as your highest stat, you would be drastically underpowered because all of the characters are wizards.
Okay. So, I understand. Again, I understand that everybody can do anything at all times. So, here's the thing for Harry Potter. We want to do something that's adventurous. It makes it so that we need to, like, in the sense of, like, combat and all of that kind of stuff. I feel like what we need to worry about is, like, more, like, we have to worry about balance in that kind of respect. We have to worry about the fact that, Stupefy does, like, 3 damage, and you know that spell, and then if somebody just really fucking hates you for some reason, you've made them hate you so much that they try to Avada Kedavra you, right? They immediately try to fucking do that, and they can, because they hate you, and they really want you dead, right? That's the limitation there, at least. You need to have that guy do it. And hell, you might not be able to do a spell to protect yourself, that's, in time, or, powerful enough to withstand their hate. I don't know what the power... Does it, like, overpower a shield spell? I don't know what the protection spell, whatever it is. I don't know. So, yeah, you have that issue if you have combat being a big focus of like, anything can lead to combat, sure, just like in D&D or in any TTRPG, but I feel like if we want to be as close to Harry Potter as possible, I feel like what we should do is keep it relatively simple. Perhaps even really just set it in the school. You can go outside of the school, absolutely, but I feel like if we want to make... If J.K. Rowling was here and was asking me to make a TTRPG for Harry Potter that would sell gangbusters, I would say, just put the name on a box and you got it, right? People will buy it, it doesn't matter. But if you want it to be good, if you want it to be something that works at least somewhat well, I think, I feel like you have it be that it's set in the school. You have it be so you're going through your years. And you can have your licensed, like, adventures throughout the years that are not going to be exactly the same as what happened in the movies. You want them to be unique, right? Come up with what the fuck ever. Who cares what it is? Have it be a nice progression of these kinds of things. But then you also have that thing of, like, these characters that you are going through the school. They're going through and they're trying to learn how to be wizards, right? And don't have it be that everyone's fine at the end of, like, tests and stuff, unless you want it to be as close to, like, what happens with, like, everybody, a disaster happens and nobody has to take a test and they can all graduate. Like, whatever, I does it matter if you graduate from Hogwarts? Do you get kicked out after a while? I don't remember. If you get kicked out, like, it doesn't take away what you've learned, and you can still learn, like, on your own, right? Anyway, regardless of that, I have many questions that need answers that I'm pretty sure I can't find. But so we have it set in the school. We have it so that you can have it be as life-threatening as you want, or as mundane as you want for these adventures, right? In order to make it so that they continue going to their classes, they continue learning, whatever the fuck they're learning, in order to get to the point where they graduate, right? You can have it set in a shop, like what you were talking about with 3.5, but it's Harry Potter themed. Right, yeah. So, like, let's think, okay, so with first year, let's have it be they learn ... Like, this is what they're learning at the time. They're learning their very basics in, like, self-defense, right? So they learn how to do stupefy. They learn how to do protect, or whatever the fuck this spell is called. I don't know. It doesn't matter to me. So they learn those two things, like, that's part of what's happening. They're learning some utility spells, like your Wingardium Leviosas and your fucking Accio, right? Which Accio is super fucking strong if you think about it. Why can't you just Accio gun and then shoot? Anyway, don't worry about that. Don't think about it. Maybe it's because oh god, I don't know. Is that even a thing? Can you Akio muggle things? I don't know. Anyway, Akio bullet, and then you're behind the guy, and then the bullet flies through them and kills them. Anyway, let's keep it as childlike wonder as possible. And you go, hey, child, don't do that. Even then, it's still limiting it to such a degree, but at least we can set the basis of, like, you're in the school, you learn these certain spells, and then you can continue on with these focuses in certain things. Like, you want to focus more on defense against the dark arts. Okay, your character will learn more of these types of spells, right? You want to learn more of potions. Okay, you'll learn more potions, right? Like, and some spells here and there, right? There are, like, general spells that you'll learn, and then these specific stuff. And then, in your first year, you have to deal with, the Buzzywugs, okay? The Buzzywugs are, this thing that was brought in by, the groundskeeper. I don't know if Hagrid's still there. Who cares at this point? If you want that name drop, there you go. Hagrid's still there. The Buzzywugs are a thing that he's, like, introducing people to like, learn about and go, hey, these are Buzzywugs. Don't let them, get into, your textbooks. Then they'll multiply and eat all of the textbooks. And then if they get into the library, oh boy, that'd be a bad thing, right? And then you have some shitty first year who goes, Buzzywugs, and then they accidentally release it into the library, because they wanted to see, like, it eat a book, right? Like, they go, aha, here's a book, here, fuzzy, what did I call it? Buzzyfug? Who cares? Fuzzywug, I think. Anyway, I'm confusing myself. But then you have that be the epidemic. Like, they're spreading so much, and they're going to, like, each of the wings, and they're eating all kinds of paper, because now they're, like, getting bigger and, like, more numerous, and they're getting hungrier, and maybe they start eating wood, because, like, then, paper is derived of trees, and they're wood, and, like, you have that be the thing, and they have to figure out how to stop the Fuzzywug epidemic. Not epidemic, but infestation, right? Like, that's the thing. It's not, like, super high stakes, but they could eat all the wood in the school. How are you going to study for your owl if your books aren't there? How are you going to take the owl if the books aren't there? You can't graduate without your owl. Right? So, like, we have that as the thing, and then we go, okay, go, right? Like, figure it out with these spells that you've learned so far. You've made some friends with fellow classmates or fucking teachers and other, ghosts. Oh, bring the ghosts back. Have them be more than just, like, 2, I don't know. Good night, everyone. Great time as always. Thanks, Steely. See you later. But yeah, and then we can just have it be so that it's very grounded. And for those people who really don't want to think about it, who really don't, like, need the world building to be that, like, solid, they don't have to worry about it, right? They don't have to think about all of that shit. They just go along with the story. For me, I go Akio gun, and then I shoot a Fuzzywug, and I see what happens. Right? I'm back. Sorry, I had to go for a second. Don't worry, Mongoose. I'm just talking about bullshit. So, yeah, that's my proposal. The Rowling Estate can call me. You're not having that for free. You sounded like you were having a stroke saying all that. That's fair. Hey, man. That's how you make a story. You just start throwing out ideas and then you start refining them, That sounded, it It sounded Harry Potter-y. A fuzzy wug? Who, we can spin that. Who fucking knows? I'm just you get what I'm saying though. You have these adventures be as mundane or as extravagant as you want. You could have it literally be a fucking lava monster is summoned into the school, and it's fucking bad, right? Always remember. Oh, okay. All right. Anyway, here we go.
So even if you use the magic thing and put various different stats, do you also include the kinds of stats that go for purely physical abilities? Because even there, you have a character that, like, you put at all points in being athletic, they can swim really good. Some other character where is very low on athletics has to cast one spell and they can blow them out of the water. And really, spells are overall so powerful that they will overshadow any kind of physical activity unless you are in an isolated setting where spells are not possible.
So, in this case, then I would say don't use the traditional, like, stats. Use something that would be, like, linked to their mindset. So, I know I was talking about bravery and, like, all that kind of stuff before. So we have, like, let's go bravery, willpower, maybe empathy, we could call it cleverness for one of them, maybe, or maybe deceit. I don't know. Something that really, it's not like, I don't want it to be like conniving, right? It's not something that's necessarily negative. It is just that they are, like, they're able to come up with a scheme or something. Like, not a scheme, because again, that sounds negative, but you know what I mean. They're able to come up with a plan that is, like, slightly subversive in some way. And then let's go with I don't know about a fifth stat. Fuck. Fifth stat. Endurance, maybe, because your body, like, you still need to endure things. So we'll go with that as, like, 5 stats for now. Maybe there's another one. But then you use those in conjunction with these spells in order to make it so that they can cast them in a way that they're, like, confident to. So, like, in order to cast your protection spells, in order to do it in such a way that will protect all your friends, you have it be you make a bravery check. In which case, if you do it well enough, you're able to summon this power enough that you are able to make a big enough protection barrier. But if you don't have enough in bravery, you're a scaredy cat, it like can fizzle out, or it can, like, become very small, right? We tie those to how your spells work. That way, it's not necessarily, it kind of helps with the whole, like, as you improve your stats, you're able to do these spells more efficiently. And I know that's not necessarily 100% like lore accurate, but that might be just another way to, like, make it work. Honestly, the best Harry Potter thing for a TTRPG setting is the Triwizard Tournament. It had a bunch of physical tests as well as magical. That is true. It was very good for that. Always remember that 90% of fiction is bad, but you won't make anything good if you don't try. Yeah. I mean, I don't know about 90%. I wouldn't put a hard number on it. But I would go, there's a lot of it. Yeah, a lot of it's bad. But you should try, absolutely. And you should, like, be willing to improve it to such a degree that, like, redrafting and rewriting things shouldn't be something that daunts you. Like, I'm just throwing out these ideas, right? Like, I have no idea if they would work. But I'll probably forget them good thing I have a thing that I record that I can look back at it sometime if somebody ever takes an interest, and then I could refine it, right? But I'm just throwing out these ideas because maybe they're something that would, potentially make this work better. I don't know.
The only one that comes to mind for that is Quidditch. Which, just as a side note to whoever is in charge of that kind of shit, please remake the Quidditch video game that exists.
I own this. I own this video game. Oh my god. I played the shit out of it when I could. I still have the CD, actually. It's somewhere. But, man. It was so easy. God, I don't remember this game being hard at all.
It's been 17 years, no sequel. Please remake this or do sequel. Make new game that is this because it was very good and I really enjoyed it. It was the best. I think about it once a month at least, even many 17 years later without a sequel. Please. Now, I could find solutions for all these problems. Absolutely. But they wouldn't be very elegant, probably. They might be clunky, they might be a little too complicated to compensate for the fact that how, imbalanced the value of the various different stats are. You'd have to be very good at game design, certainly better than I am, to actually, do that. And it's a microcosm of the larger scale problem that Harry Potter poses in terms of design challenges. It's not that you have a narrow path between freedom and flavor, it's that the two are basically mutually exclusive. And it's not like people haven't tried. It's not like a lot of people have not tried. It's a huge franchise. Now, just for the record, I don't think that this is an impossible design challenge. It's just that I've been thinking about this for several years, and not only have I not come up with solutions, I haven't been able to come up with vague ideas for solutions.
Well, really? Oh. I feel I feel bad. I've been sitting here kind of just spouting them. Oh no. Oh. It's been 17 years?
Now, of course, I'm not a, professional game designer, but I've been doing game design as a hobby for a while. It'll probably require a completely new approach that is utterly detached from all the game design philosophies we have right now, maybe including some of the minor elements from there, and that kind.
I guess if he's trying very hard to keep it as one-to-one with Harry Potter as he can, well, even then, if he's I really want to know what his willingness to stray would be, How gamey can I make this? Because if we're trying very hard to keep everything as accurate as possible, I think you're already setting yourself up for failure in that way. Because, like I said, I feel like if we want it to be as accurate as possible, we need to remake the world. Right? We need to make it so it makes sense. And that not everything is so overpowered.
Innovation, especially from people who are essentially, no one's gonna get an official Harry Potter license, so I mean, why bother? It's very hard to come by that level of new innovative innovation redundancy. And also, just for the record, and I know people are gonna get very mad at this, that I didn't talk about this at the very beginning of the video instead of the thing that I actually wanted to talk about in the video, because this is a video about Harry Potter, and this in every Harry Potter video that you make, you need to mention this. I don't care that J.K. Rowling is a disgusting turf cunt when it comes to discussing Harry Potter. That is something I can criticize J.K. Rowling for. And I do. I think it's disgusting and transphobic. But it's not something I can criticize Harry Potter for, because Harry Potter is a series about going to a school where they teach you to,
Yes, okay, so I agree. You don't need... I've already talked about it. We really don't need to worry about anything about J.K. Rowling. It doesn't pertain to this discussion. You didn't need to bring it up, technically. I understand why you did, but save it to, I don't know. I guess we are near the end of the video, but just, it's not going to add anything to what we're doing here. We're talking about the TTRPG. We're talking about a TTRPG, one that doesn't even exist apparently. Um let let's stick to the topic then, I guess. Like, I know I go off topic all the time, but again, we're like, the show is about going off topic a lot of the time. So it's not a structured like thing of a video. Just keep it short. Like, I get it. You said the one thing you needed to do. You don't like her, and that's fair enough. Absolutely. Don't like her. Good. Let's move on.
Swish the wooden magic stick good, not a series about being trans. I am of course aware that if you approach those books with the preconceived notion that absolutely they are all about being transphobic, you will find interpretations of things that happen there which are allegorically somehow related to trans bad. However, I would like to remind everyone that the same is true if you approach the books with the preconceived notion in mind that they're all about Return to Monkey. Harry Potter will forever have been a very important and influential part of my childhood, and for that I will always think it's very cool. Especially the 2003 video game Quidditch World Cup, that I please remake it. And I know that you feel personally offended that someone you admired has terrible ideas that are disgusting and bad. You'd be surprised how many people I used to respect put pineapple on their pizza. Frankly, I personally believe that completely and utterly radically distancing yourself from something that you and I both know used to be a major part of your personal identity, because
Okay, whoa, you're making assumptions here. Yeah, a lot of people really, really, really like Harry Potter in that way. That's fair enough. Sure. Yeah, okay. Just have a healthy dose of Death of the Author. Cause, man, it really doesn't matter what they say about a thing that they do after it's already been done. Like, they can't affect the way something is unless they make something else that does it. Like how a series goes. Like, if they make a book and then they make another book that changes something in the last book, like that changes the context, then yeah, then they've done that. But if they say something outside of the book in like an interview or something, it doesn't necessarily change the book. It might change your view on the book, but again, the author, like, their voice stops, or at least should stop, after the thing is done, as far as like I'm aware. Like, that's just how Death of the Author works, I think. We're just going on about it a little bit more. Like,
you took the perceived betrayal of someone who neither knows you exist nor cares you exist very personally.
Yeah,
is not exactly the behavior of an emotionally balanced human being.
Oh, okay. So I'm glad Haley said that. Yeah, if you value this stuff so much that it becomes like your identity and you become devastated because of it, then yeah, there's, you know, you gotta, come on, you gotta have some like self, respect, I guess. Is it respect, or is it like, what's the right word for that? I don't know, but regardless, it's like your identity is you. It's not necessarily like it's better than the sum of everything like that you like. Because like I used to put a lot, and this is true. I used to put a lot of thing like feeling and faith into Torchlight. I don't know if you guys know that game. If anybody knows that game. Torchlight 2 was one of my favorite games of all time for a very long time. I put hundreds of hours into that game. I still don't have every achievement because it's really annoying to get every achievement in that game. But it is a good game. I put a lot of time into it. It was one of my favorite games. And then when Torchlight went to mobile, it devastated me for a little bit because I had put so much of myself, like my identity, like my value into that being like a good PC game for some reason. That it like it affected me, right? And I said some stupid shit because of it, right? But these days, like a game that I super love that like it wouldn't affect like in the way of like me being emotionally upset about it, in the sense of like crying about it, right? But if Spyro came back, because I really like the Spyro series, the original Spyro series, mind you. A lot of the other games I don't care for. But the original Spyro series is a game that is very special to me. It is like my childhood, very much so. But if it came back and they made Spyro 4, like actually like not Spyro Enter the Dragonfly, it's not a good game. If they made Spyro 4 like they did with Crash, they made Crash 4. Crash was another game that was like part of my childhood. Another game series, excuse me. But if they made Spyro 4 and they made like a new Spyro that was in the same style as the old one and it sucked, right? And it was on mobile, right? And it was just everything about it was like completely antithetical. I'd be upset about it, but I wouldn't be like, you know, to such a degree that it controlled my life. You know? Yes. Talk about Spyro? Yeah. Spyro good. Crash good too. Crash 4 is apparently really good. I have yet to play it. But I played Reignited, and Reignited has some jank to it, but it is still good. Crash Insane Trilogy, really, really good. Better than the originals because of controls. The original fucking Crash sucks. God, it sucks. I never played it until a friend of mine let me. Sucks. Hate it. Hate its controls. Anyway, we're almost done.
I can only laugh at the people who are now very loudly going, oh no, JK bad and always has been, when they're the exact same people who used to ignore/defend every single one of the possible criticisms, of which there are many, of her work. That's basically like going on Twitter and saying Dumbledore was gay all along. It's not a valid play, and no one will take you seriously. Thank you very much for watching this video. Like, comment, subscribe, and share this to your relevant...
Like, again, I understand why you put that at the end of your video, but also, like, why did you put that at the end of your video?
Communities, but do not spam them. Consider supporting me on Patreon or subscribe, start buying some of my merchandise or my short story collection. And in that spirit, separate the author from the work. There's a lot of terrible people out there who have done great creative work.
You literally have Lovecraft behind you. Yes, exactly. You know. Good.
From it what you want to take from it, and then run with that. Condemn them for being bad people, but like realize that the world is a bit more complex, and you can't just stuff everyone in a box. And see you around, cunts.
Okay. You brought me back in the end. Okay, I see why you did all of that now. Thank you. It felt really weird for a while, but at the end, you hooked me. You got me in. Nice. Good job. That was, let me find it again. That was the Burger Krieg. I liked that video overall. Again, I have a contention with that one thing of like having to know all of the spells. Because we're making assumptions, but I guess I would need to know where he stood for that, because it seemed like he stood for post-school, right? Post Hogwarts or whatever school you're in. Anyway, I liked that video. I think it was good. You should go check out that channel. You should go subscribe to that channel. If you like the Burger Krieg's content. We might check out more later. Maybe. Depends. So, moving on. It is halfway point. We've gone 2 hours. So, let me bring up good old midpoint shoutouts and shill talk shit. So, if you don't know, well, let me tell you. Our show, of which I am the only one here at the moment, our show is brought to you by, you guys, and also our lovely patrons who support. So, that being, from the top, as is per usual, at tier 4, we have Draco Kraken. Thank you so much. At tier 4 as well, we have Mog0. Thank you. We then have Slazer right after that. Thank you as well for that tier 4 donation. We have Steely at tier 4 as well. Thank you. All of you golden table flippers. Appreciate you. And then, of course, Drake Cross at tier 3. Thank you so much. Hope you're still enjoying the ride, everybody. Chris at tier 2. Thank you. Frozen Spaghetti at tier 2. Thank you as well. And Kill Chrono, also at tier 2. Thank you so much. Oh, hey, that's me. Yeah, that was you. Tracker Kraken, what's up? If you want to join our Patreon, you absolutely can. If you join $5 or more, you'll get a free dice set when those come out in the future, once we actually have enough to buy the dice. We're going to be making custom dice sets. So, if you want to help contribute to that, you can. Otherwise, don't feel it as an obligation. It is just if you want to support us. And you can also donate to us directly via our website or in the chat on the stream if you go and put in !donate. Other than that, we of course also have some merchandise, if you will, of the new logo and the old logo, on t-shirts, on hoodies, all this kind of stuff, masks, art, notebooks, mugs, all this kind of stuff over on TeePublic. There was a link in the description, as well as I should put a link for that in the bot. But you can go and get that, and if you get the new logo, a percentage of it goes to the artist. So if you want to help support my friend who did the art for me, that I paid for, that really deserves more money, I think. Who did our PFPs, who did our logo, and I'm gonna ask for more things, honestly. But go get it. It's cool. I need to get a mug. Some point here, I will get a mug, but I have had money going to Christmas presents, and so that's been my thing. Sorry, in order to not offend anybody, it's Crimbo presents. There you go. You can handle me saying Christmas, I hope. So, other than that, there is one other way to support us, and that is, of course, Humble. Going on Humble Bundle, because we are... let me get it. We're a partner! There is a link in the description of this when it goes up as a VOD. I should really have put the link in the description for the actual stream. But you can also use the bot, putting in !humble in the chat, and you can get the link to go to the store. And when you do, you will see that your purchases help support us, as well as Tabletop Alliance. The link to Tabletop Alliance will also be in the description if you want to learn a bit more about them. And yeah, right now there is a cool like map making bundle that's on there. There's still, for now, right now, by the time this is up, this will be gone. But for right now, the Warhammer Fantasy RPG bundle is still there, for like $50 for like 50 books. I actually don't remember. Let me check here. It is $35, $30, $30 for 50 books. That's crazy. And then like this map one is $30 for 15 items of like what looks like good map making stuff. Like it looks pretty sick. I still haven't bought it yet, but I will probably. How long do I have on this? Actually, I was trying to make note of this. Another 12 days on this. So by the time this goes up on Friday, it'll be why is my brain not working? It will be 1, 2, 3. So 9 days left. So it'll be there by next week too. But yeah, you can even pay $1. It really, it's up to you. You get 3 items, but yeah. Humble is great. We here at TableTalk Discussion and Discourse are very big Humble fans. Because they have great stuff. I am a personal subscriber to the Humble Choice. I have like their games and stuff. It's great. Oh man. I love this site. It is why I have over 1,000 games in my Steam library. So other than that, I think that's everything for shouting that shit out. But yeah. Of course, if you don't want to, buy anything, don't, like there's no, like nothing is forcing you, of course. Nothing is an obligation. You just have options. Okay. So we're moving on. Now, I was hoping to have my boys here for some fun. Because we haven't just had a little fun for a while, Well, we have. We've been having fun every fucking show. But we haven't done something so silly for a while. And that is Garibay. We haven't watched a Garibay vid for a while now. And I figured today is the day. And if you looked at the title, you knew it was coming. So we're gonna watch some Garibay. Now, I tried to look for something about Harry Potter, but I didn't want it to just be about, like, J.K. Rowling again. So, I did not do that. So, we're gonna watch a different video called, let me get it on the screen here. Bop, 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 bop. Yay, bad take time. Yay, bad take time. Bad takes. Woo. So this is, I still have the partner thing up, don't I? Whoops. Everybody's on a partner. That's silly. So, Dungeons and Dragons 5e, the Dungeon Master Bullet Point Problem, Mastery of 10 plus disciplines. It's a 15-minute video. The reason why I got to this video was because of a different video that was like, hey, watch this video to know what I'm talking about. And I was like, oh, so you're not even gonna give me a reiteration of what you were talking about before. Cool. So maybe we'll cover that video next week. Who knows? We'll see. But for right now, let's see what Garibay, J. Scott Garibay, the man, the myth, the legend, has to say about the Dungeon Master Bullet Point Problem, which I had never heard about ever. And maybe this will be the first time that he makes a good point. I can't wait.
Hi, this is Scott Garibay.
Wow, you sound like you're in my
Today we're
right
gonna
ear
talk about
only.
The Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition Dungeon Master Bullet Point Problem.
Okay.
All right, so let me explain what this Dungeon Master Bullet Point Problem is. By the
Please
way,
do.
everything I'm saying in this video is specific to 5th edition and Dungeons and Dragons. And yeah, so let's go forward.
Okay.
So, I am increasingly under the opinion that calling someone to be a dungeon master needs to be done hesitantly, carefully,
Sorry?
and with great consideration.
Say that again?
Calling someone to be a master needs to be done hesitantly, carefully, and with great consideration.
Sorry, I don't even care what the next part of your point is. What? Why? If somebody wants to DM, or if you... Sorry, okay, so either he means calling, like, actually saying that this person is a dungeon master is something you need to be careful about, or he's saying that like a person being your dungeon master has to be something that you are, like, careful about. Either way, and honestly, I will find out what his actual, like, point is in a second, but what do you mean? Why would we have to, like, if somebody wants to be a dungeon master, honestly, whoever the fuck they are, they can do it, okay? And if they do it well, they do it well. If they do it not so well, you give them tips. You try to help them. The few, the proud, the dungeon masters. Alright. Okay.
Calling anyone be a dungeon master is fraught with risk. All right, so now,
fraught with risk. Sorry, just letting you know that if you are calling upon a person to be a dungeon master, it is a risk. Man, you better be careful. Fucking, they might not do it. Okay. Did you see his video of him telling everybody who plays an OSR game instead of playing D&D 5e is harming society? Oh, I don't know. I don't think so. That sounds fucking stupid. Maybe he's talking about calling upon someone to be a game master, but that sounds like you're forcing them to be a DM. Yeah, so his point, from what I gather with his language, is like asking somebody to be your dungeon master is something you have to fear in some way, right? Like, you have to have some apprehension here. And to an extent, I can see why you would say that, in the sense of somebody isn't committed enough to be a dungeon master, like they don't actually, like, have the time to. But why would you ask them to be your dungeon master? Why wouldn't you talk to them and actually discuss with them if they can be a dungeon master? What if they have no desire to be a dungeon master? In which case, why would you ask them to be a dungeon master, right? Like, what? I can already, like, every point that I can think of so far as to why you would have a quote-unquote risk is something that I would go, why didn't you talk to this person beforehand? Do you not know this person? What's going on? We're only a minute in, boys. Here we go.
why is that? Well, here's why. Begin down the life path that is being a dungeon master. It is transformative, and it will change you in fundamental ways. And the reason why is when you say to someone, I think you should be a dungeon master, what you're really saying is that there are 10 disciplines that normal human beings spend entire lifetimes trying to master even one.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Dungeon masters are ascendants. That's what like, legitimately, you are next level. You are not a normal human being. You are a god among men. This is also the guy who thinks there should be a statue of Gary Gygax larger than the Statue of Liberty. Yeah, absolutely. Right on. I'm sorry, Boo. You have to be the GM. Fortunate Son starts playing in the background. Yeah, like, legitimately, what the fuck? When I ask somebody if they want to be a DM, when I tell somebody that anyone can be a DM, I mean that. I don't mean shit about anything else. What I'm saying is I think that you can be a dungeon master. All of you right now. Look, Scott, I didn't choose the DM life. The DM life chose me. I was born into it. Like, all of you who are in the chat right now, all of you who listen to this video in the future, like, all of you can be DMs. Every single one of you. It's not because you're some you're better than every human being. It's because I know anyone can do it. It's literally anyone. A fucking 2-year-old can barely speak, can DM. Maybe not. I don't know. But like a child can DM. I'm fucking it won't be like spectacular, maybe. Hell, it could be. Who knows? But they can do it. And apparently to Garibay, and this is honestly indicative of how he thinks of himself, fucking DMs are transhuman. You're closer to a space marine than you are a regular fucking human in Garibay's eyes. He makes it sound like a cult. He really does.
So there are 10 disciplines, each one that sits as simply a bullet point, a component of being a good dungeon master. Being a good dungeon master is 10 plus disciplines that you are called to master as a dungeon master. If you will be a good dungeon master, you need a good knowledge of all of these, and really to be a dungeon master, it's not a dungeon gooder.
Shut up. Don't do that. I can feel it coming. Okay. So, no. No. Just because it's called a dungeon master doesn't mean that you have to be a master of anything. A dungeon master has to just be able to cooperatively tell a story with a group of friends. That's the bare minimum, okay? You don't, I'm not a master of anything, okay? I legitimately, you guys remember that Aziz Ansari show for a while? It was Master of None, I think it was called. That's I'm just a guy, and I'm not great at anything. I would never say that I'm a master of anything, but I DM, and people have enjoyed my DMing, and people have called me good. Whether or not I am a good DM, I don't know. I couldn't make that call. I think I have too much bias for myself. But I think I'm good. I can't make an objective claim, but I can, I lost at a dungeon gooder. It's okay. I don't know if you know this, Garibay, but everyone learns regardless of whatever they're doing, okay? There's always room to grow, room to improve, and there's never gonna be, unless you're, I think there's potential for everybody to get to a higher understanding of anything, okay? There's still potential there, and regardless of the fact of whether or not you believe that you can reach that potential, you can still attempt to, okay? Matt Mercer might be a great DM, but I would think that he is continually trying to improve his writing, his storytelling. He's not, and you could call him a master all you want, okay? I don't know if there's a mastership to storytelling. I don't know if you can qualify, if you can quantify the rules to becoming a master at being a DM, okay? Some DMs are really good at running modules. Some DMs are really good at improv. Both of them are DMs. Like, oh, why do we have to? Why? Okay, fucking Garibay. Why do you have to make this such elitist bullshit? I don't get this. And spoketh Scott to the ignorant mass about the 10 commandments of DMing, and his knowledge was grand, for he is beyond them. We gather here at the Church of DM. Exactly. Like, this really does feel like proselytizing to me about something that I do not believe in. We need his 10 commandments so we know how to worship. That's true. Let's listen. Here we go. So this is the thing. Regardless of what he says, I don't think you need to be a master of anything in order to DM. You just need to know how to do something. Okay? Even if it's the barest thing. Like, you just need to know how to tell a story. That's really it. And you need to know how to go with, like, how the story goes. Like, not just making them go railroading or anything. You need to be able to be flexible. And that's not, like, something you need to master. You just need to know how to do it. You could argue that it's mastering it to know how to do it, I guess. But I wouldn't, because I don't think that's the case.
Not a dungeon okayer. It's a dungeon master. That word has very significant, real meaning. It exists today. There have been people that have tried to knock that word down because they know, master means to have full control over this thing and be able to, and by the way, you should only master things.
What?
You can only...
What was that little bit? What was that little bit at the end? Sorry, I'll bring it back in a second, but I just need the definition of master really quick. I just need to use that really quick here. One of them's just a man in charge of an organization or group. Nice. Yeah, are we using this as a noun, an adjective, or a verb, Garibay, please? I just need to know what you said in that little...
You should only master things.
You should only master things? Sorry?
Have full control over this thing and be able to, and by the way, you should only master things.
What the fuck are you saying?
It's not a dungeon gooder. It's not a payer. It's a dungeon master. That word has very significant, real meaning. It exists today. There have been people that have tried to knock that word down because they know, master means to have full control over this thing and be able to, and by the way, you should only master things.
You should only master at things? What do you mean? You should only master at things? What? Well, screw you, I want to be a dungeon grader. Yeah, exactly. I want to be a dungeon god. That seems better than a dungeon master. I don't know. So, either we're talking about... Okay, I assume what he means is that it's having or showing very great skill or proficiency. It doesn't put you, like above anybody if you're a master. Like, it puts you... I guess it puts you at a different level, but it doesn't put you at such a high degree that you're above normal humans. The fuck? It's so weird. Let's keep going.
You can only, master to have, a high level of proficiency, right? And each one of these disciplines, these 10 plus disciplines, at least 10, I've identified 10 so far.
Oh, so far.
Is so critically
so says the master.
important that it means you really have to, master these disciplines. And so when you say when you say I think you should be a dungeon master, what you're really saying is the shape you had planned for your life no longer exists. And I need your capabilities, your willingness, your confidence, your courage, all to be stretched and warped.
Okay. Wait. I just find it so fucking weird that he's putting so much emphasis on the fact that you aren't just a man, right? Or a woman, or a, whatever. Like, you're not a they, you're not a them, you're not a, you're not you. You are now a dungeon master. And you have to stretch yourself to such an extent that you are no longer on the path of whatever you thought you were. No, you are on the path of the dungeon master. It's like, my god, dude, get a life. Are you kidding me? I work a fucking 9 to 5, just like anybody else. I do my little game mastering every now and again. I'm no better. I'm no worse. Come on. I didn't get it either. Fair. I think he's saying you should only ever be a master at something, which is a bad philosophy. I agree. You can be bad at something, that's fine. Just know your limits. What is he talking about? I don't know. Do you know who I am? I am a game master. Waitress. Yeah, okay, but do you want eggs with that? Destiny has chosen you, my child, to become a dungeon master. Exactly. A DM you are, and mighty you shall be. I just want to hear these points. Stop proselytizing me. Stop trying to convert me into your weird religion. Come on.
Beyond what a normal person's life is. No normal person says, I will master 10 disciplines. But
no dungeon master says that either.
Call to be a dungeon master is a call to master at least 10 disciplines. All right? Now, I'm not going to list those disciplines in this video. I'm going to set this video.
Are you fucking kidding me? Are you... No! No, Garibay! No, that's the title of your video! That's the title of your fucking video! You're not gonna list the fucking things. You're not gonna tell me what I need to fucking master in your video that's titled about mastering them? Oh, what they are? Really? Oh. How the fuck you can just claim this shit and you just don't tell me? You don't have to go into detail. You can just say what each are. You can just tell me for a second, okay? You can just give me a little Cliff Notes version of it. Please. Anything. Oh. I guess if we want to be completely fair, it doesn't say wait, okay, so it says Dungeons and Dragons 5e, the Dungeon Master bullet point problem. Mastery of 10 plus disciplines. The implication here is that you would tell me what these are so that I can be aware of what I'm supposed to be learning to be a dungeon master. But you're not giving me that at all. Wow. Yeah. So much for worshipping his 10 commandments. Yeah. By the way, you will master at least 10 of these things in order to be a dungeon master. But, my man, I will not tell you what those are in this same video that I'm telling you that these things exist. Oh. Okay. Alright. What else do you have for fucking 12 minutes then?
Here. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about the risks that I talked about, right?
Hey, that's not what the video's
and then
about.
I'm going to do subsequent videos that will list each discipline. And exactly why those disciplines are important, why they belong under the DM umbrella, and why, under the DM umbrella, what happens if you fail to master them, and what they mean specifically once a person tries to master these unique disciplines. But in this video, we're just going to be talking about this idea that that the call to be a dungeon master is really a call to master 10 separate disciplines that most normal human beings...
Oh my god, stop saying it. Just stop saying it and tell me what they are. Stop! I call BS. He doesn't actually know. He's just making it up. Dude, that wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. He keeps saying, like, he's like what I do at times, where I reiterate the same point because I just need it to, like, come across. I don't know. I've noticed that I do that sometimes. But, like, he literally is just saying, oh, these 10, they make you better than normal humans. He said that 4 or 5 times, I think. Like, man. I posit a challenge, but I won't tell you what it is. Hey, Garibay, we can't worship your DM cult if we don't know the commandments. You are so not a master of this. Yeah, where's his mastery in communication? Come on.
Spend an entire lifetime after even one. Okay?
This has been 4 minutes of him telling me this. So what are the
risks? How is it risky to ask people this? Well, I've listed one already, right? This is not a normal request, right? There are just so many, like, we are like, hey, are you interested in acting, right? You should probably go get a degree about that, right? Like,
oh, okay. All right. Like, so I understand if we're talking about a professional actor, absolutely. There are some things that you need to be taught, I guess, or maybe that come naturally to you that you might want to refine. But DMing, unless you are legitimately becoming a professional DM, which is so fucking easy. Okay, all you need to do is go on fucking Roll20, put a thing up that says "We'll run game for $20," and you're a professional DM, because someone will say yes. It's not the same thing. I'm sorry, Garibay. You put so much faith and everything into your version of what a DM is. It's not the same thing. I'm sorry. It's just not.
Many people do. There are degrees, right? And then you'll get your degree, and then you'll go to classes after that, and you'll always be expanding, and so.
Sorry. Okay.
And so one person.
Okay, sorry. I hit my fucking arrow keys. Okay, so you're always expanding, and he's admitted this. You're always expanding. You're always learning when you're in something like acting. Okay. Yes, in life, really, you're always trying to broaden your horizons. I hope, at least. You're trying to learn as best you can. You're trying to refine these things. Hell, you might even be trying to become a master at something that you really enjoy, or that you're really good at, or that, you have talent for, right? That is something that is going to keep happening. I think even a master, even a quote-unquote master, still practices, still learns, in the sense of, like, and refines what they do because they are a master at it. They know how something works, so they can quite literally refine it to such a degree that it becomes something that is hard to master for people that aren't at that skill level. How is that not the same for DMing? That's something that I can equate, because it's literally the same in that respect. Hey, I think you'd make a great delivery man, but first, do these 10 things that I won't tell. It is really just like, it's like, hey man, hey, teen who lives down the street from me, I think you're going to be great at mowing the lawn this summer, but there are 10 things that you're going to need to master in order to be the best lawnmower on the block, okay? It's like, it's just that arbitrary so far. Oh.
Spend a lifetime mastering even thing that is a sub-item, you know, underneath. And
just tell me what it is.
And that's just it. Calling people to say, oh, hey, you know, a normal human tries an entire lifetime to get acting right. It's a sub-bullet for you now, right? And guess what? It's not even going to be your profession.
Okay, wait, okay. So acting is part of it. We've discovered this. It's a sub-bullet. I don't know if that means that it's one of the main disciplines, but it is a sub-bullet. Apparently, you have to be a master at acting to be a DM. Fuck you, man. You told me that doing a fucking accent was racist? But if I'm trying to do an accent and I can't do a very good accent, I'm not like going to be able to act as well as somebody who can do that accent. This kind of arrogance leads to the DM that never asks if the players had fun after the session. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. This will lead you to a load of problems. This is literally a god complex. Acting, I thought doing voices and accents for characters was bad. What happened? Thank you. See? I brought it up independently, and then you did too. It's like, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Right? It does not... You can't have both, Garibay. If I'm doing an accent for a character, and I'm not very good at an accent, am I both a racist and not a good dungeon master? Like, what the fuck, man? By your logic, I should be phenomenal at it. But then that makes me a racist. By your logic. It's like, come on, man. Ugh.
It is an outrageous request of someone. It is truly an outrageous request.
Because he won't stop stressing it, and I can't stop stressing how fucking stupid this is. I literally could go down the street to one of my friends and go, "Hey man, you want to be a DM? You want to DM me for a little while?" And you go, "Yeah, that's fine." And then we'd have some fun. It's outrageous to ask him, though. It's outrageous.
Once you set someone in motion to Dungeon Master, they have the possibility of falling in love with it, right? It's incredibly attractive, right? Where else are people going to say, you control the weather, the deities of this world?
It's literally a god complex. I made a joke. It was a joke when I said that before. Like, this is literally god complex. I'm not I used literally, but it's not actually what I was thinking. Like, I didn't actually, but he's talking about it as if he is a god. And he's like, oh, it's so attractive. And like, you control the weather, you control the people and everything, and the events in the world. And man, it's so good. It's like, oh my god, dude, really? The choices are be a good DM or be racist. Which do you choose? Oh no. But this is crazy. This is absolutely insane. Stop it. You can't exist. We've covered Garibay before, but I didn't think that he was like, I don't know why I didn't, but I didn't think he had a god complex. And man, is this weird.
My player character inhabits, and here's hours of my life, right? Every week, right? It's there's nothing. It's incredibly attractive. So when they fall in love with it, they are going to try to be good at dungeon mastering. And once you begin the path down into it, you realize, oh my gosh, I really do need to master these 10 disciplines to be a dungeon master.
He's just telling me what the disciplines are, Garibay.
Or a dungeon okayer, but a dungeon master. Stop. It's literally in the title.
We're
right?
6
and so the
and a
title
half
itself
minutes
is
in.
this warning. So what are the risks, right? Well, what if they get it wrong? And here's the issue. So each discipline has its own pitfalls and can be significantly impacting. Significantly impacting.
Okay.
And then in addition to that, what if they find they can't be a good dungeon master?
Okay. How old is this video? Great question. Let me find out for you. Really quick before I say my piece. I might forget it by the time I find this out. This video was from October 26th of this year. October 26th, 2021. That is how old this video is. That is not that far off. I didn't know that this was, oh god. Okay. So, okay. Anyway, okay. That threw me for a loop. I thought this would be older. It looks like shit. But then again, just bad lighting with his phone or whatever he's using to record. He has a lav mic though. That's an improvement. I don't know if he had that before. Oh no, I know. Okay. So my man, you keep saying that it's impactful. Okay? You keep saying that it's really impactful. But I don't know about you, but I can differentiate what's fantasy and what's not. And the fact that I can help control a story in a fantasy world that we are literally imagining to entertain ourselves, to escape from the real world, or just to have fun, or whatever the reason is, the fact that I can differentiate that really sets us apart, because it really does not feel like you can. And that is concerning. That is very concerning. Secondarily, you keep saying, what if they can't be a good DM? I don't know what your definition of good is in this case. I really need you to, because you have not given me the mastery, like the points, the bullet points, as you put it, the 10 points. Without them, I cannot find what your definition of good is. I know your definition is different from mine, but I cannot, and you are not, going to convince me of what good is with your standards if you do not lay out those standards. Holy shit. Yeah, he's developed a God complex. Yeah. Holy shit, dude. Please say something.
So I watched a great interview probably about years ago. Kate Welch was still with Dungeons and Dragons and Wizards of the Coast, and she was talking to Satine Phoenix, and the two of them addressed this issue, right? Wizards of the Coast is hyper aware that being a dungeon master is incredibly difficult, powerfully difficult.
Okay, so first, if that's the case, and I don't trust you, Garibay, I just want to be flat out, I don't trust what you're saying, because I feel like you're lying to me. Even if you're not, I feel like you believe that. I feel like you've interpreted this way. I also don't know who these people are, and I don't care what they have to say. it does not matter. I'll have to quick gift in memes. Oh no. Okay, hold on. Let me find that real quick then. Don't mind me as I go over here. You aren't in our Discord yet. You should join in our Discord. There's a couple of them. Okay. So can I hold on. Is it? Oh, okay. Let me actually hold on. Let me put it on the other thing and I can pull that up really quick. There we go. This will come up better. What is this? There we go. Blessed be my child. You are now a dungeon master. Once you learn my 10 commandments, which I will not tell you. Yes. That is great. And then I do wanna also note that there is this TTRPG character sheet for Harry Potter that is articulation, confidence, observation, memorization, sympathy, and creativity. That's what I was talking about. Oh, did you make this? Pizza Funk? Did you actually make this? Holy shit. That's awesome. That's so cool. That's sick. Thank you for that. I like that. I like that a lot. That is based off of my insane ramblings, but I appreciate it. That is cool. This is the same guy who literally believes that anyone not playing 5e is truly harming society. He's whacked. Oh yeah. His definition of good seems to be perfect or zip. Zilch nada. Yeah, I don't know. Great meme. Yeah, it's a great meme. I love the Garibay being God meme. It's so good. Anyway. Oh, here we go. Okay. Let's continue with insanity, huh?
And that good dungeon masters are incredibly rare.
You keep saying this.
And that a lot of people, we already know this. Nerd Immersion did a great video about this. That most campaigns they end after 6 sessions, right? And and so they're aware that there just aren't that many good dungeon masters, and so they need more,
that doesn't. Right? No. Don't be sneaky. Don't be sneaky like that, Garibay. No. Okay. So if most, and I haven't seen this video that he's referring to from Nerd Immersion. I know of Nerd Immersion. I haven't watched this. But you can't just claim, and again, make a reference to it, give me a quote, something. You can't just claim that means that they know that there are not good dungeon masters. All it means is that a lot of people stop playing after 6 sessions. There might be a correlation, but that is not necessarily causation. And neither does it prove that there's a correlation. Okay? Don't just slip that in there. Come on. I legitimately just can't trust you. Just give me something more than that.
And so Satine Phoenix and Kate Welch were both like, we know there's a lot of people are nervous about it. You just need to give it a try, and you need to jump in there. The water's warm. Jump into the pool. It's okay. Don't be afraid.
Okay. That fucking quote that he has just said is what everyone fucking says, because it literally means that anyone can be a dungeon master. That doesn't mean that being a good dungeon master is hard. That means that anyone can be a dungeon master, 'cause it's a title that anyone can wield. Not something that is earned, necessarily. Okay? Yep, just keep repeating yourself. You might be right one day. Exactly. That is something Wizards of the Coast has come out and said that an average D&D 5e campaign is 6 to 8 sessions. Fair enough, but again, it doesn't mean that, and like that's okay. So one, I would need statistics on this in the sense, and like I'm sure we could find that. That's fine. It doesn't add to his point in the sense of that means that there aren't that many good dungeon masters, that it's hard to be one, right? It just means that they end after 6 to 8 sessions, which okay. Another thing is true that you don't go past level 10 for a lot of campaigns. That's another fact. Like, Cool. Does it have anything to do with the Dungeon Master? Not necessarily. No. The literally only way to truly learn to DM is to do it and do it bad for a while. Yeah, learn from your mistakes, dude. Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. It just, like, oh, this man baffles me.
Right? And I remember, and I know why they did that. They desperately want people to not be afraid of being a dungeon master.
Yeah, that's what they said.
Increasingly, I think people should be very wary of stepping forward and beginning the path to being a good dungeon master.
So, okay. So you have to be wary, and he said this a few times, you have to be wary about being a good dungeon master. But is he against the fact that even Wizards of the Coast employees, creators of D&D, have said, just try it, don't be afraid? I can't tell.
Because it just makes demands that nothing else does, okay? So,
hey, Garibay, you know other TTRPGs exist, first off. There are other role-playing systems. Not just D&D. I could see the other thing, the beautiful thing about this. Well, the campaign lasted 6 to 8 sessions, so that means the players came. Players came back. So yeah. Probably a good DM. Oh, or at least they had fun. That's not a good fucking standard. So the beautiful thing about his argument, or his points so far, his position so far, I guess is the best word for it. The beautiful thing about his position is that he hasn't defined it. He hasn't given anything for me to counter because there's nothing there. He said multiple times now that the being a dungeon master, and let's play it again because I want him to say it again.
Very wary of stepping forward and beginning the path to being a good dungeon master, because it just makes demands on your life that nothing else does.
It makes demands on your life that nothing else does. Now, this is something that's very interesting because he can just claim that, considering he has not and will not tell you what it takes to make a good dungeon master. Because he won't tell you, it means that you can't push back. But adversely, you absolutely can. Because he's just saying things. So I can just say things. You know what, Garibay? Watching your video. Watching your videos, and let me get the exact quote again. Sorry. Tell me what it is again.
The path to being a good dungeon. Because it just makes demands on your life that nothing else does.
Watching your videos makes demands on my life that nothing else does. I can just say that. Okay? Like, just like you are saying it, you're not qualifying it, you're not giving me any reasoning for it, you are just saying there are 10 reasons and you're not going to tell me. I can just say this, and we're at the same exact place. There's nothing else here for us. Okay? Like, fucking, do you understand that if this was an argument, that you are telling me, honestly, even just this position tells me literally nothing. You are telling me a nothing position. It means nothing. Come on! Have you heard of the path to being a dungeon master? It's not a story the Jedi would tell.
Okay. So what happens if you get it? We already talked about each
Okay, another meme. I gotta show it. It's very good. Hold on. Yo, can you DM tonight? How the fuck dare you? Oh, that's so good. God. I fucking Garibay is our new fucking just meme machine, you know? Just absolutely fucking. Oh my god. Okay. Anyway.
Has its own pitfalls, which can have major implications and can very much impact your life negatively, right? Here's the next one, right?
Sorry, I missed that. Sorry. Did he just say the same thing again? I need him to tell me that my life is horrible without being a DM, or worse if I do it poorly.
Your life negatively, right?
Yeah, okay, wait. You're talking about my life being negative, please.
So what happens if you get it? So each discipline has its own pitfalls, which can have major ramifications and can very much impact your life negatively, right? Here's the next one, right?
Okay. So this is the thing that I was talking about before. If you tie yourself to one thing and make that such a pillar of your identity, like being a dungeon master, you're gonna be like Garibay, and that's not great. This is like going to a debate and one of the participants just saying, "Believe me, because I'm right." Oh yeah. Looking at his videos list after this video, he seems like he talks about these disciplines, but he talks about one per video. Oh god. Okay. Well, maybe we'll start just checking him out, because fuck me. This is stupid, and it's kind of amazing.
What if you find you can't do it? Right now, I'm incredibly blessed. I'm very, actually, I thank the Lord above. I have, there's a few things I'm good at, right? Like, I'm not great at everything. You don't want me to change the oil in your car, right? Like, and frankly, I'm not good with any mechanical tools, right? But there are a few things in my life I'm good at, and one of them provides for my family, and the other one is dungeon mastering.
Thank God. Thank God he gave me the ability to be a dungeon master. Ah, yes. Divine intervention got me to such a point that I am a dungeon master. Fuck off, Garibay. Come on, man. How long are those videos? Oh, they're probably, I would guess, under 20 minutes.
I might have one or two other things that I'm good at. But basically...
By the way, he said that he's good at these things, and he's not a master. Come on. If you're a dungeon master, aren't you a master? Between 10 and 14 minutes each, it seems. Great. Awesome. Fuck.
I am good at dungeon mastering. But I will tell you right now, I fell in love with dungeon mastering, like, on the second game I did it in when I was 12 years old. And
he was 12 years old when he was a master of all things dungeon. 12 years old, little Garibay, sitting in his little chair, that little plastic chair you get as a child, going, I'm a master of the arts, I can act very well, and now I shall become a dungeon master. And he was. You know, I kind of want to see him run a game. I just want to see how it goes. Oh, I honestly, I do as well, just to see if it's a train wreck. Bruh, yeah, dude, it's... Woo! It's been a ride so far. You've missed 9 minutes of this. I'm so excited for more. There's another fucking 6.
It would have broken my heart if I had not been able to do it. And I think there are people who start down the road of dungeon mastering and going, no, I'm not this superhuman. I'm not a person who can pursue actively 10 different disciplines simultaneously and master them all for the purposes of something that isn't even what I use to provide and feed myself.
just, I. He's not saying anything different. He's just not. This has been fucking 10 minutes. I think the only two things that are different is the fact that you're a superhuman. You're above humanity in some way if you're a dungeon master. That's the first thing. Second thing is there are 10 disciplines that you must master in order to be a dungeon master. Sorry, okay, so there's 3 things. And then the third thing is that you should be afraid to be a dungeon master, because it could infect you real bad. Garibay, maybe I am the dungeon gooder? While you're making friends and going on dates, I was studying the dungeon. Ah, look at you. Making friends. Going to the movies with your girlfriend, or your boyfriend, or your friends in general. While I'm here reading my supplements, mastering the dungeons. Oh no. Oh man, I wish the guys hadn't missed this one. Fuck, dude.
Right? It is such a huge call, right? And so, and honestly, the other thing is you're like, well, they failed at something. And again, I'm very used to, I've had failures in my life. I think that robust lives, right, have failures, right? And so I've had failures, and I'm not afraid to put my best efforts down and fail again, right?
Okay.
But most people are not like that. In fact, I think increasingly I see a lot of people in life constructing lives where the pins they knock down are 10 feet away, and they set up pins specifically that they can knock down so that there is no failure in their life, and they do not need to struggle at all with failure.
Sure. I'm sure there are people like that. Okay, yeah. Let's go back to Dungeon Masters, though? And how the fuck you're so special? Maybe, I don't know, if you're gonna make this claim, that being a Dungeon Master sets you apart from all these people that you are now saying are worse than you and are, like, making it super easy on themselves, if you're gonna make that claim, then why don't you substantiate why the fuck being a Dungeon Master is so much better in the video that you keep spouting it? Because again, you're just saying things. And hey, what if you just saying things doesn't convince me and I don't care to watch another one of your videos? You've lost me. The fuck are you doing, man? All Dungeon Masters are infected and plagued superhuman species that are above these humans on this green planet of filth and disgrace. Hey, I have a lot of friends like Matt Mercer. Wait. How does this... I thought this was a talk about D&D. Dude, yeah, man, I don't know.
Okay? And failure can be devastating to people. And in the old days, right, 80s, 90s, we're like, rub some dirt on it, shut up, keep moving, right? That's not the case anymore.
Okay, so he's gonna start making the argument of, like, now we're in the generations where people don't learn from their failures and stuff. And whilst that's true in the sense of something like bad writing in a lot of respects, it seems like bad writers just keep getting employed in Hollywood, since we're going off topic anyway. That's a bad, thing, that is perpetually being given money and telling them that they're successful, when a majority of people notice and don't like what they're doing because it's not good. It doesn't mean that we need to go back to the old ways of shut up, don't talk about your, because if we're gonna talk about the old days, like, it was shut up, don't talk about your feelings, dude. Like, if you're a guy, or shut up and do these, like, it was a lot of not great stuff. like, we have kind of, moved on as a society. And now we're a lot more tolerant of a lot of things, and it's kind of for the betterment of us as people. And also, there's some instances where it's like, yeah, you shouldn't reward failure every time because nothing is learned, but it also doesn't mean that we should just go, fuck you, you failed, do it again. Man, I'm just trying to play my cool fantasy game with my friends, with cool fantasy characters and have cool fantasy fun, Garibay. Yeah. No, fuck you. Rub some dirt on it.
Keep moving, right? That's not the. We now have a much better, much broader understanding of mental health.
Okay, sorry. Now we're okay. I thought he was gonna go the opposite direction, but no. I apologize. I thought too little of Garibay. Okay, we're talking about how we're now cool with mental health. Good. You know what? I agree. We're in a better spot. Where is this going?
That if I fall down and I break my wrist, oh my gosh, my body's broken. I am fundamentally in a bad state, right? Well, now if you have a major failure, you come across some major, you learn something about your life that you're not able to to deal with, that can cause a major mental health break, right? And major failures can be a major mental health problem.
They definitely can.
We're starting to understand that humans are not just breakable physically, we are breakable psychologically.
Yes.
Right? And these psychological breaks can come from major failures or discoveries about ourselves, right? And I never discovered that I was a bad dungeon master. In fact, I've discovered it's the exact opposite. It's like I was born for this, right?
Shut up. Okay. Humble brag. Don't mind me. I never found out I was a bad one. I've always been good. Always. So, to preface before, he said that being not good at being a dungeon master means you could get to a point of like something critically, like, really affecting you. Now, I don't know about you, but I think there's a deeper issue if, when you fail at being a dungeon master, if that really, like, affects you to your core. Okay? I feel like you need to go and seek some help. Right? Like, that is something that doesn't seem like it should be something that affects you so much. And that doesn't seem like it's something that is necessarily part of dungeon mastering. Right? Like, and I'm not saying it's not possible. Sure, it's possible that you not maybe making a good enough game for everybody on one, for like a couple of sessions, and your group disbands. Like, that might make you feel a little bad, or it might make you, go into a spiraling depression. That's perfectly possible, but you like, that's not something that Dungeons and Dragons should be doing to you because you're trying to, like, play the game. Like, that feels like that's something that you need to talk to somebody who is a professional who can help you through that. Okay? And, like, there's something there that's underlying that needs to be addressed, And again, I'm not trying to say anything, like, negative towards if somebody has had this happen. What I'm saying is, I assume that if it has, that person has gotten help. And if they haven't, then I think that they need to get some help. And I hope that they feel better. It's DMing. It's not supposed to break you. That's fucked up to even think that that's a thing that it can do to people that aren't prepared and haven't mastered your disciplines. That's stupid. That doesn't make any sense. Especially when you haven't told me what these fucking disciplines are. How can you make this claim? We often learn the most by our failures. I agree, yes. Oh my god, his point is don't be a DM, it might ruin you psychologically. Yeah, it's fucking stupid. There's a difference between showing your feelings and being controlled, by them, I assume. It's fine to feel sad about losing someone, but you shouldn't let that shut you down. I agree. I'm getting called from Boo. Hang on. Hey, man.
I'm here in time to save the podcast.
Hey, you're at, like, the end of the podcast where we're covering Garibay, and man, it's been a trip. You've missed out on 12 minutes of absolute... You've missed out on 12 minutes of absolute fucking nonsense.
Oh, man, 12 minutes? That's a long one.
Yeah, we're almost done. There's 3 more minutes of it.
Yeah, no, I figured I was way too late.
No, it's fine.
Because I checked the time, I'm like, well, I may as well, like, I checked the time, and then I saw that you're still live, it's like, well, I may as well buzz the podcast.
That's fine, yeah. Oh man, so, I want you to know, the 3 things that we have gotten so far out of 12 minutes that he has repeated over and over, okay?
Okay. Uh-huh.
You are above human if you're a DM.
Yes! Finally agree!
because you are the master of at least 10 things that he will not tell us in this video.
Okay.
One of them might be acting. Maybe. He did say it was a subset.
Okay, well, I am a master of acting.
Okay, yeah.
You can tell from how I voice every character that I play. Allow me to give an example of the voice that I gave every character.
Yes.
Hello, this is like every character that I make.
By the way, Mongoose and Indigo say hi.
Hello, Mongoose. I am also now in the watch together, don't worry.
Yes.
So I can't see it.
Okay. I have to think of, now my brain is fucking dying of what these things are. So the other one, they're so fucking dumb.
Wait a minute. Down in the fucking thumbnail, like the more videos, he's not in his car.
No, he always takes thumbnails of not being in his car.
Oh, and they're all still in his car? Oh, okay.
Yes, he's always in his car.
Okay.
So, if you're not good at DMing, we've just learned, if you're not good at DMing, it can ruin you psychologically.
Okay. Well, I've been ruined psychologically for a long time.
Right, right.
Fair.
But, what was the other one, guys? I'm missing one, I know I am, because that one is a new one, and that one's number 4.
Jesus.
Also, yeah, so Boo, are you a good DM or a racist? Because remember, if you do an accent, you're a racist. But if you're a good actor, you can probably do a really good accent. Because if you can't, you're not a good actor, so you're not a good DM.
So then you're a racist. Fuck.
So, are you a racist?
I'm probably a racist.
Oh, I see, yes, okay.
I think the only good accent that I can do is a Skaven, really.
There you go, right? Like, it's just like, oh my god.
Because, like, the thing is, like, I can do accents, but I can do, like, 4 different tiers of Skaven. So, like, I feel like that's the only one that I'm legitimately good at, which is hilarious to me.
Yeah.
The only one that I can do well is a fucking fake-ass race. It doesn't exist, as far as we know.
Oh, yeah, apparently he also said he never thought he was a bad DM. Yes, by the way, we've learned now, by the age of 12... Yes, he also said he was a good DM at 12. So, by the age of 12, when he first started DMing, after his second session, he was in love with it, and he was he's been good since.
Nice.
So,
man,
that means
Garibay is someone we should all aspire to be.
This is the thing. The whole time, it's felt like he's been trying to get me into his cult. Like, the whole fucking time, it seems like, and people have said it in the chat beforehand, but, like, legitimately, it feels like he's starting a fucking cult. And it's so weird.
Dude, I write Call of Cthulhu. I can get behind that.
Right. But like, it's so fucking dumb.
Yeah, that's weird.
Oh, right, yes. Are you a dungeon okayer, a dungeon gooder, or have you learned the 10 commandments of Garibay and have successfully mastered these unknown 10 commandments that our cult leader Garibay won't tell us?
I think I'm probably a dungeon okayer, to be honest. Wait, okay, good, gooder, and then master?
Yes, apparently. Yes.
Okay,
those
yeah,
are the
no, I
tiers.
think I'm a... Oh, okay. Then I think I'm probably a dungeon gooder.
Right.
I think.
Hey, August. I started watching this video in the beginning, so forgive me for being behind the Garibay stuff. Why does he sound like he's like being a DM is calling from God? It's so absurd. Yes, he literally just said that thank God he's good at a few things. One of them being what provides for his family, and the other being DMing. Thank the Lord above.
Thank the Lord above.
Yes.
Stay us below.
So he is a... Oh, and check the memes channel as well.
I actually saw
did
that
you see
already.
them? Yeah.
I saw some of them. I didn't, like, fully digest them, but let's see.
It's
okay.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So, yeah, I see the rough draft on a character sheet.
Yes, that was my talking about Harry Potter, but yeah. The one after that with him being God is so good.
Blessed be my child, you are no dungeon master. That's really good. Shit.
And then the next one is literally because if you're it's like he said it's an incredibly like it's a huge fucking ask to ask somebody to be a DM. Like it's such a fucking thing.
Yeah, it's
right?
massive. It's huge.
I
literally,
God.
if we were gonna play, I remember one time Brogan, known at once. For those of you who don't know, I don't know why I do that anymore. I'm pretty sure that was a time where we were like, I don't really want to DM the the haunted house one that we were playing before, Malice, I think it was.
Yeah.
He's like, can you DM yours? And then I literally just said, fuck you, and we're not friends anymore.
Right, exactly. It was a huge ask. You were fucked.
Yeah, it was. Yeah,
it was gonna be something that was so emotionally just damaging that you.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Like, I know.
I just can't. You expect me to be able to just DM on the fly? Come on, man. I gotta get ready for that shit. I gotta like prepare for like a month.
He also was saying that because I'm remembering things now, because Nerd Immersion did a video that said that he's found that a lot of sessions, a lot of games end after 6 to 8 sessions. Okay. That he knows that it's hard to find a good DM. It's hard to find good DMs.
Okay, and the DM is usually not the issue.
And I'm just like, that doesn't mean fucking anything, but okay.
Yeah, it really doesn't.
Also, Wizards, a couple of employees from Wizards, which first of all, I don't give a fuck, but second off, like, they apparently were saying, oh, like what everyone says of, yeah, if you want to try to DM, just try it, don't be so scared of it, just get your feet wet and stuff. And apparently that also led him to the conclusion that they were also aware that being a good DM is hard to find.
It's really not.
Which, again, I keep saying, every time he says stuff like this, I'm like, my dude, anyone can DM, it's not that deep.
It's really not.
Like fucking stop. You are not a god. You have a god complex, but you are not a god.
Yeah. Except in the cases where you are.
Right, yeah, when you're playing one in the fucking game. Ugh.
Well, honestly, more so just in the fact that, like, I manipulate reality within the game.
Yeah,
that is the only aspect in which you are a god if you are a DM. And everybody knows that.
Yeah, exactly. It's the loosest kind of thing. Yes, and you should fear being a DM, and that's because you'll be psychologically destroyed if you don't do it right.
Oh, yeah. Of course.
August says, I can't. Listening to Garibay is like watching WWE. I can't help but watch and go, who talks like that? It's too absurd to even be a character, much less a good character.
Yeah, no, he'd be a shit wrestler.
Yeah,
if he was.
don't throw WWE under the bus like that, man. WWE is so much better than Garibay. Okay, let's be fair. Let's be fair. WWE is the modern interpretation of fucking acting in a different degree of theater. Legitimately, that is what it is. Legitimately, it's another aspect of theater. Like,
honestly, yeah, it kind of is.
That's the only, like, that's why people love it, because it has those ridiculous storylines and shit. But even those things that are so fucking off the wall, like, they make sense in comparison to Garibay.
Yeah,
okay,
because like the thing is, you got to remember that even though it is all fake and all bullshit, you got to remember that there are people that are so charismatic and so enjoyable to watch that they break out of not only wrestling and do their own thing, but they become pop culture icons. Absolutely. Like Hulk Hogan or Hulk The Rock or Macho Man fucking Randy Savage, the man, the myth, the legend.
Absolutely. I watch AEW. I don't know what that is, but good, I guess. Yeah, it's another wrestling thing, I assume.
Yeah, most likely. There's a lot of different wrestling things.
Yeah. But anyway, so let's continue on with the absolute fucking insanity that's going on right now.
I'm glad I managed to jump in time. I did feel kind of bad once I heard that Aiden was.
No, it's fine. I have been doing okay, I think.
Okay.
And it really is a wonderful thing to me. But I will tell you right now, I would be devastated if I ever, learned that no, this thing that's super important to you that you have dedicated yourself to at a specific level, you can't do. Right? So there are very real risks.
Okay, obviously, again, I said this before, you've put this as a pillar of your identity, okay?
Yes.
Like, that is why you are this way. That is not healthy.
It's really not.
Man, you are better than the sum of your parts. You are your own person. Have more respect for yourself than this. If somebody goes up to you and says, I think you're a bad DM, don't get devastated by that to such a degree.
Yeah,
like you'll be fine. Okay.
Unless it's what you make your money off of, in which case.
Well, I mean, in that case, like, I guess. I don't know.
But then Cody was fine for a fair amount of time.
Yeah, Cody's been, he's still doing okay. All Elite Wrestling, it's good wrestling. Oh, okay.
Ah, nice.
About failing this. Last thing I'll say about the bullet point problem is, again,
you haven't said anything about it.
If you're calling somebody,
is that the first time you've mentioned it?
No.
And you realize that means there are 10 disciplines.
He's been cyclical. This is the exact same thing he said for 12 and a half minutes.
That's good. I'm getting it for the first time. See, this is what Garibay videos are like a TV. What the fuck are they're like a TV show. That way I can jump in whenever and be like, oh, he's repeating it for the 7th time. Now I understand it. Toward the end of the episode.
Fucking TV show. Jesus. I do too. WWE has stopped being about pro wrestling a long time ago. It's just a small part of a whole entertainment, which isn't entertaining. That's fair enough.
Yeah. Because I've seen the Mark remark a lot because it's fucking funny as all hell. Yeah. So I absolutely believe that now.
And you realize that means there are 10 disciplines at least that they need to master. And it's going to warp aspects of they're going to need to stretch. Like
you said this. You said this exact thing before.
And major bodybuilders, their skin literally stretches, right? Like they in order to become what they are, parts of their bodies are stretched, right? And that's what a dungeon master.
A dungeon master is a bodybuilder. You get stretched.
Well, I don't know about bodybuilder, but I would say, ladies, that a certain part of me did stretch a good amount, becoming a decent
DM.
So, if you're interested in finding out what that part is, no.
It's
so stupid. Man.
It's
that's really stupid.
Again, this is more than what he said before, but it's the same thing. It's the same thing. He's just saying the same thing with more words.
That sounds like a nightmare. A waking
I've been going insane.
Sounds like you're just not a good enough DM.
That's true. I'm bad. I'm not a dungeon master. I'm a dungeon gooder.
Oh my god.
It's where Daniel Bryan went this year. The CM Punk is wrestling there. It's the best wrestling you can watch. Okay, neat.
Oh, CM Punk is wrestling again? Crazy.
I guess so. In the
Because I
AEW.
thought he went off to the UFC.
Oh.
Yeah,
wait.
he actually
he
also writes for like Marvel. Apparently,
CM
that's what I
Punk
heard
does?
last. That was a long time ago, so maybe he's not anymore.
Okay, because I was gonna say Marvel isn't very good anymore, so okay.
Yeah.
Garibay reminds me of my dad. Long lectures about nothing.
Oof. Oof.
I'm sorry, mongers.
Like essentially an intellectual Arnold Schwarzenegger. Your mind,
Your
heart, your spirit.
If you're
Dude.
a DM, you're an intellectual Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Hell yeah. Finally, I agree with him on something now. God, that's dumb.
Oh, what are you saying? Oh.
Essentially an intellectual Arnold Schwarzenegger. Your mind, your heart, your
Schwarzenegger.
spirit are stretched. They're pulled beyond
Mind,
what
heart,
a
and
normal
spirit.
human is called to, right?
Oh my
and
God.
and if you're going to be calling for that, you're like, wait, why are we doing this? Is it a game? Some people
Yes.
think it is. I think
Yes.
it's small vision. I really do.
It's a small
vision.
vision. I see. So what we're doing, instead of playing a game, every time we actually play D&D, specifically D&D 5e, apparently, is we're making a small vision for the future. We're shaping the way that our futures are going. No, it's the fucking character,
Oh my
you
God.
idiot. Come on.
Man, breach. No.
Like, yeah, no, I could, dude, this is the thing. I could say vapid shit all I want. It
Yeah.
means nothing when you have nothing substantial to back it up with. You're just saying things. You're not giving me anything but just words.
Yeah.
That's
Just
it.
word salad.
Yeah. He started wrestling again about 3 months ago. Oh, okay.
Oh my god, okay, so that's super fucking recent.
Yeah. This is the worst infomercial I've ever seen.
It really is. Do you want to be a DM? Well, you better become a bodybuilder, motherfucker.
Yeah, be an intellectual fucking bodybuilder. Oh.
Hell yeah.
I think that's
So
small
a brain builder?
If you really mention the call
not.
to be a dungeon master, here's what explains it. Go look at any of the early Dragon magazines. You know what they say on the cover?
What
And
they say?
Gary Gygax was there when it started.
Who gives a
right?
fuck?
They
cares
say
anymore?
mastering the game and beyond. The Dragon magazine.
Oh my god.
Stop it. Stop it. That wasn't meant to be taken this literally. Stop
Unless
it.
it was.
In that
It
case,
was.
in that fucking case, okay, fine. Like, it doesn't matter because that's not how this goes. Like,
Yeah.
D&D is used, and TTRPGs are used for helping, you know, people with going through things, sure. But it's, I don't, like, you are putting it to such a pedestal. Such a pedestal in the Parthenon. Right?
Yeah.
Like, you are going, this points at 5e, this is your god now. And I'm over here going, oh, of course, Garibay, as I bow
Yes.
and I grovel at the feet of this pedestal with you.
At the feet of 5e?
Apparently, that's the, and like legitimately, my man.
Yeah, no.
Stop.
What the fuck, man?
Oh my god! The more he talks, the more confused I get. I agree.
That's how they usually are. I mean,
wouldn't-
his videos are.
I wouldn't call it the best wrestling. There's some really good shit going on in the NJPW Strong and MLW. Sad to see what happened in ROH. These are all things that I don't know.
Yeah, those are names I don't recognize
yeah.
either.
You know, I think he is the mark in this. Yeah, he himself. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, no,
Um,
he's the mark for this.
AEW often works with NJPW, and a few NJPW wrestlers have wrestled in AEW. Okay, cool. Nice.
Every cover was saying this is more than mastering the game. This is about mastering yourself.
No, it's not.
It's about mastering life.
No, it's not.
Abandoning bound identity. Right?
It's about abandoning your identity.
My
to be
man.
good at a fucking
My
pen
man.
and paper game.
My man. Just because I can pretend that I'm someone else does not mean that I'm totally, like, ditching my bound identity. I'm still me, motherfucker. There's nothing that's gonna change that. I'm not the same me I was long ago, I can give you that much. But that doesn't mean that I'm not me when I play D&D. Like, again, I said it before, but I can fucking differentiate between fantasy and reality. Stop.
I don't know, man. Mazes and Monsters is a far-out game.
It is a far-out game, you're right.
I love being able to make that. I love that.
It is so good.
I love how often that seems to pop up. Weird.
Oh.
Damn it.
Oh, man. Okay, there's another thing there. I just need to make sure. Oh, man, we're almost done. There's another fucking minute and a half of this. Here we go. What else is gonna say?
So thank you for your patience. All of the other videos will link back to this video as I list
You got
out
way
each
too much of my
discipline
fucking patience.
that we are calling people to master, which are literally just bullet points that exist under, bullet points that exist under the umbrella of Dungeon Master. And again, you should
told me what they are.
incredibly
You
hesitant
fucking
to call people
fucking
into this path,
fraud.
because it can really change them. I think if we're careful, most people that we call to be dungeon masters, when we call them there, they will begin down the road.
You just put on your fucking dungeon master signal. Come to me.
Hell yeah. It's like an alien abduction.
It's just, he keeps going, oh, if you call upon them to dungeon master for you. It's like, dude, I just go and say, hey, man, you want a dungeon master for me? That's
You
all.
want to run this game?
That's all I do. Fuck.
Well, then I hope you know that when you do that, you
Yeah.
are just like, hey, you want to just run this game? I say, well, allow me to get my fucking incense and my whatever, little swinging little sensor.
Yeah. And you just start
to wave over my dice.
You start chanting your canticles of fucking DMing. Jesus.
Yeah.
Like,
over the bolters. But
oh my god.
although that's probably heresy to use the same ones on the different things.
Nah. It depends on the litany.
It's true. The litany of please fucking work.
They will begin down the road and find that they can do it, right? Not because everybody can do it, but because we're carefully choosing people we think have a chance to do it.
Oh my
Fuck
God.
off. So he is against what Wizards has said in the past of, like, anyone can do it, and he's against what everyone else says that anyone can do it. Fuck off, Garibay. You're wrong.
God, I want to know what playing a game with him is like.
That was also said, before.
Yeah, and I have to wonder if he does a lot of these videos because he can't get anybody to play with.
I don't know.
Because of how he is.
This is the thing. I feel like if he has a group, they all think the same. And so we all have a bunch of fucking gods at a table.
Oh, God. Maybe.
I just... he can't go 5 words without saying something dumber than he did before. That's true. That's why we have fewer brain cells by the time his videos end. Hey, man,
and that's
I don't
why
know.
we enjoy them so much.
I don't know about you, but I've been enlightened, okay?
Oh, me too. Dude, I've only been here for 3 minutes.
That's right. You didn't have the video,
full,
you didn't have the full sermon. I've been through the entire thing.
I just got the cliff notes. And it's still enlightening.
But calling people to this willy-nilly seems very unwise to me.
It's unwise.
All that's my opinion, right? Can you guess any of the disciplines that I will nest underneath? What do you think of dungeon mastery? Do you think that maybe what Satine Phoenix and what Kate Welch were saying is they were really ignoring the master part and just saying, be a dungeon gooder.
Shut up!
okayer.
It's not a thing.
Please, we desperately need you to try.
Well, he said it.
Right? And
So now it is.
About the risks to people failing to be dungeon masters. I'd love to hear your thoughts. Let me know in the comments below. Please consider liking and subscribing, and have a wonderful millennium.
All right. Okay. All right. That's Garibay. Jesus.
Yay. The man, the legend, for all the wrong reasons.
I can't believe this fucking guy. I cannot believe him. Holy shit. My head hurts so much, and I felt I don't know where I am. I don't know who I am anymore. I don't know what's going on.
Fear not. You are in the presence of a god.
Exactly. Like it's just I can't.
Not me.
No,
me.
I know. Oh no. Don't worry. I knew the one true.
Okay, good.
Garibay.
I feel like he should add a new tier to it. Dungeon okayer, dungeon gooder, dungeon master, and dungeon godder.
Yeah, I said dungeon god would be the next one. Like, oh man, this fucking guy. My head. Anyway. Okay.
Yeah.
I felt like I went insane. I legitimately did. Okay. Little did we know that when you become a DM, you become light Yagami and require a death note.
Hell yeah! Oh, yeah.
Fuck yeah!
It's true.
We have 2 me's. Oh, that's true. Yeah. I just realized. Yeah, there we go. Because I was alone. All right. We're gonna get to the comments now. Because I can't take more of anything right now. Garibay fucking destroyed me.
Yes.
Jesus. So, let's go over to that. Here we go. There's that one that I read for you guys earlier. The one that I responded to. But now, we'll go on to the other ones. So, we have a few. This one was from Roid Rage Rules. Was in the chat for a while. Don't know if they're still there. But this was on last week saying, all pray to the dawn. He's the only one to save us from the evils of Carol Danvers. And I see you also are an EFAP enjoyer. Very good. Yes, you are correct. Everyone knows this. And it's true. All praise to dawn. There's a YouTuber named Rob's Game Group who has a couple videos where he rips Garibay apart, and it's hilarious. Oh,
really?
Good to know.
So it's not just us.
I can't imagine it is just us. I feel like this is just
sometimes
TTRPG lol cow.
Sometimes you stumble upon people who have never been stumbled upon.
That is true.
And also because you might not have the time of day to give a shit about some batshit ramblings.
The only reason why I give it the time of day is because of the show.
Exactly. Yeah.
So this one is Mongoose. You put the only type of clapper I know about, and this was on 64 when we were looking at Star Wars TTRPGs. The only type of clapper I know about are these plastic clam-looking things that went on the fingers and palm. And in context, that doesn't make any sense. Also, they were very prone to pinching the hand they were on. This was in reference to something. Let's see. Really quick.
Clappers out, weaving around other fast
clapping cheeks.
What the fuck is a clapper?
I don't.
Okay, this was when we were covering the Star Wars TTRPG videos, and the guy said clappers out, going around, and we were just like, "What the fuck is that? What are you talking about?"
Oh,
it was just like we didn't know, and so neither does Mongoose. Cool.
Okay.
Now, interestingly enough, episode 67, when we talked about 4E a little bit, we got a comment from, and this was talked about before in the chat, the Rules Lawyer, which I've looked at his channel. I didn't look at any of his videos, but I thought, hey, another person that we can cover sometime, maybe. And they said, Gara, yay! Weird coincidence there. But yes, it is really a blessing in disguise to lose a few brain cells in order to keep yourself grounded, so you don't become transhuman like Garibay.
Oh my god, he managed to do it without cybernetics.
I know. And so we might be checking out Rules Lawyer at some point. So Keep watching for that. Other than that, our last one is from Lux on the last episode. Sorry. he Apparently, Rob's game group has a video titled "Why You Shouldn't Marry Your Sister" with Garibay's face in the thumbnail. Jeez.
Okay.
Yikes. Anyway, so Lux says in last episode says, for Loki, I've only watched the first maybe 2 episodes, so I'm mostly just going off of what you said about it and a little bit I found on the internet. As far as the MCU goes overall, there are a few movies I saw and enjoyed, but there are usually other things that draw my attention more strongly. But I do have some contentions. I hope my sins can be forgiven. That's fine. So the first thing I will say is that until the Loki series is finished and we know how that story ends, any judgments we make are best limited to that series alone. No, it's part of the MCU.
Yeah, that's the problem.
It's literally a part of it.
It's all connected.
They literally
and it's having big effects on it. That's the thing.
They literally show the entire MCU to Loki in order to change him from one character into the current Loki that he is now. Like, right off the bat, I have contention with your contention. Not true. Absolutely not. Okay. Anyway, because the story involves messing around with time, the implications you can draw at the beginning might not still be true at the end. If the story ends with the Time Authority gone and the multiverse free to exist, then as far as the rest of the MCU is concerned, it will be like the Time Authority never existed, which will mean that all the other movies did have as much meaning as you would have originally assumed. No. So, in order to counter that point, I then give you Kang exists. Kang literally wrote the entirety of the timeline. Everything is predetermined because Kang wrote it as such. The only time that it hasn't been is because of Loki and Sylvie coming into the room at the very end and killing Kang because he said, I've stopped writing, now it's your turn to decide, I have given you free will.
Damn.
Like, there was nothing means anything when free will did not exist beforehand. It was all predetermined.
That
Everything.
Actually, oh, sorry. That kind of reminds me of, actually, you know what? No, never mind. That's spoilers for Supernatural. Never mind. Sorry.
Oh,
carry on.
That's fine. But like legitimately, it means because like at the moment, maybe they take over the Time Authority, whatever. It doesn't matter. It's damaged everything that came before. If they want to fix it, they make it so that all of this never happened. That's the thing.
And then. So was Kang writing things in a special thing, or is that just his like a power that he has to be able to write?
I believe so. The thing is, he made the sacred timeline. Okay. That is, and he cultivated this by melting and sending to the end of time anything that was a deviation to his plan of the sacred timeline. How he determined what the sacred timeline is, how he got the power to determine what the sacred timeline is, how he continued to have this reign of power is a fucking mystery. Who cares? Doesn't matter. At that point, like, you've already made this character that literally could control the timeline.
Yeah.
And now that he's dead, that means that all the multiverses can exist, which means all the Kangs in those multiverses exist, which means all of those multiverses have their own Kangs who can manipulate timelines, which means like
you would have to have that, like if he had like the book of super timeline or like the book of the timeline or whatever, you would have to take that book and then write him out.
The
like
legitimate
Kang no longer exists.
Well, so he's dead now.
That's what you would have to do.
Well, so and you can't because that would have to be across all multiverses now.
Exactly. So it's impossible.
And the problem becomes like this has already all happened. This is taking into account everything up to that point, because Black Widow was a movie that was made before Loki, technically. Like, that was when it was set, and so now that is also a part of it, which doesn't make any sense, but okay. So legitimately, everything is Kang's decision because anything that wouldn't have been has been destroyed, basically.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So there is nothing matters at all anymore because everything was Kang. You can't even say that anything was inconsistent anymore in the other movies because everything was Kang.
Yeah.
It fundamentally ruins the entirety of the timeline in order to make jokes and then make this narrative of, I don't know what the purpose is. I don't get why they would do this because, again, it undermines, like, hey, you thought that in Avengers, I'm sorry, I'm spoiling everything for Marvel, but I don't give a fuck right now, okay?
You've had enough time to watch it at this point.
At this point, if you're
you
not
were
caught
interested,
up,
you had enough plenty.
Exactly. So if you thought that Iron Man, Tony Stark taking the nuke from New York that was about to destroy the entirety of the city and all the people in it and flying it up into space as his decision to do so in order to save everyone and end that invasion was a heroic thing to do and a great decision on his part, I'm sorry, it doesn't mean anything. It was because Kang wrote him to do that.
Yeah.
You understand? Like, you
That's
get what
the
I mean.
problem with people who write timelines.
Yes.
Or who just choose what happens.
Yes, predetermination ruins the choices that are made because it was never a choice.
Yeah.
Especially when they describe and explicitly explain that these things are because they wanted them to. Like,
that
happen.
Only works in extremely rare circumstances.
Absolutely.
Like in and hell, the thing is, I am a fan of Supernatural, the TV show, but I haven't actually finished it. I stopped around like season. It's the season when the Leviathan started to show up.
Yeah, I remember that. Yep. You shouldn't finish it. It ends really shittily. It's really
okay,
bad.
Yeah, because what I was gonna say is it only works when you have a character that it actually kind of makes sense for it to happen, like the final bad guy in Supernatural. And even then, I hadn't seen it, so I didn't know how it ended. I didn't know if it ended poorly or not, but apparently it ended poorly.
It does.
That is a damn shame, because I was like, oh man, that's who the final bad guy is, and that explains some shit? Even though apparently it doesn't? Which is a shame, because I like that show.
It's been going for far too long, I think. So
yeah, is it still going, or is it?
No, it's over now. Thank God.
Okay.
But anyway, so you wouldn't take a picture of someone in the middle of shaving and assume they're planning to go running around town with shaving cream and half a beard on their face. Where the show is now is similarly just a snapshot of an unfinished story. You could say that about anything in. So in that case, would it not be? So if I were to stop at Infinity War and just say that, like, oh, okay, that's it, it's over, like, there's not going to be any more because of that, like,
there's no more because I don't want to watch anymore.
Right, like, so my issue here is that I'm not taking a snapshot of something that isn't finished. This was season 1. That's the entirety of season 1. Like, that's finished...
how you end season 1?
And it was 6 episodes, and it didn't have that much content in it. Legitimately, it's garbage. So, that was the entire season. Season 2, it does not matter what they do next, because the first season exists. It's finished. It's done.
Yeah.
Right? Like, it's over now. And this is the direction we're going now. So... I'm not...
Are they fighting, like, multiversal threats, I guess?
Who gives a fuck? It's all done. It's gone, man. The power creep is now fucking out of control. Yeah. Especially now, it doesn't... This is also a problem. Nobody's dead anymore. It doesn't matter if people have died. They can just take people from other places. It does not matter anymore.
Oh, God. They can do that.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
There's no... Because... this technology now exists that you know of, that the TVA have, that allow them to dimension hop and multiverse hop and fucking time and space hop. Like
Oh, jeez.
it's ridiculous. It doesn't, like, now if Loki was himself and took the technology and then used it, it would be a huge problem. Like, but he's not himself, so it doesn't matter. More merry news. I'm playing through the Kingdom Hearts games on the hardest difficulty. Nice. The story in that is ridiculous.
Yeah, that's always what I've heard about Kingdom Hearts. If you've seen the Unraveled on it, you would know.
There's that. If you've seen like the recap that Barry Kramer did, fuck me, dude. It's insane. Anyway, so
I think it might be worth, at least for now, let's get back to the comment, and then we can talk about Marvel more, because I think we're a little.
That is the comment. That's the comment. This is the.
Oh,
comment,
that's the whole
though.
comment. Okay.
Well, I'm not done with it, but this is the part of it.
Okay.
I'm just going off of the part of it. So I'm not going off a snapshot. I'm literally going off of what they have set up, because again, it does not matter if it was the first episode or if it was the last episode of the series. It is part of that cinematic universe. Everything is connected. They have made this explicit. Like, that's the direction that they're going. Because otherwise, it's just a random character. It's not a what if. If it was a what if, one of their what if stories, it doesn't matter. It's completely out of canon. It doesn't need to be taken into the universe at all. Right? That is specifically for that. The Eternals also help screw up the MCU. Yeah, I've seen bad things about it. I haven't looked at it. I don't care. Until I see some coverage of it, I will not, like, watch anything about it. It's
the Eternals was the race that Thanos was, right?
No.
No? Okay.
I don't think so.
Because
no,
I
the
knew
Eternals
there
were
was the Eternals and then the counterpart that something was. And he was like born to Eternals or something?
This is the thing. Nothing matters from the comics anymore.
Okay, nothing matters in the MCU.
Like, it really, like, they can take whatever and change it how the fuck ever. It doesn't matter anymore.
It's
like,
true. They did fuck up the Infinity Gauntlet a lot.
Yeah.
But they had to do it for the movie in order
to
make
honestly,
it work.
Like, it worked. Yeah, that's the thing. Like,
that's the only way you can make it work.
This is the thing. I'm fine with things changing. I'm fine with things, like, being different than the comics themselves, because you have to have changes to adaptations. Like, that's just necessity, right? You can't have things be one-to-one all the time. But the current things that they're doing are very, very much out of character, out of logic. Like, like, there's a lot of things that they're doing that just doesn't make sense, and that's my issue. I don't care if it's like just like the comics. That's not a concern to me, you know. Thanos is part Eternal, cool. Never mentioned before, and unless they mention it in the Eternals, if they do, then neat. Doesn't matter. Who cares? Right? The cinematic universe is different than the comics. That's just the important distinction. That we always just need to have. Like, these people that are very much making the adaptation argument of, like, this isn't good because it isn't like the comic. It's like, shut up, dude. That doesn't matter. Right? Like, that's not how that works.
Unless it's based on a comic specifically, I think.
So
if they are literal, no, what I'm saying is if they are literally adapting a comic.
If they are making the intention to be one-to-one exactly like if it's Cowboy Bebop, I guess. Let's say if it's like that. If it's like the anime, then yes, there are some similarities and some differences that you can criticize, but I also think that absolutely, just because it's not 100% faithful, that doesn't mean that it's bad just because of that.
Oh yeah, no, not when it's like, if it's not exactly 100%, it's okay.
Yeah.
But if there are like major glaring things, like for example, if Batman his parents were still alive,
right? Exactly.
And it was meant to be a faithful thing.
Exactly.
You know.
That is fair. That is an absolutely fair criticism that I would go, yes, this is correct. You do not want this.
That is correct in that it is wrong.
Yes. Anyway, continuing on. You might say it would make the show itself stupid to end it off by establishing that it never happened, but it wouldn't affect the rest of the movies. Yes, it does. Also, I would disagree. If it ends that way, there would still have been one version of reality where the Time Authority did exist, and that version would have stuck without the intervention of the heroes of the story. So what happens in the story does still matter. It's just that the problem was solved by removing the existence of that problem from time. Well, okay. So, hold on. I disagree. Okay, you might. So, first off, I'll go line by line. You might say that it would make the show itself stupid to end it off by establishing that it never happened. In which case, I would, but it wouldn't affect the rest of the movies. I disagree because, so if it never happened, then yes, it wouldn't affect the rest of the movies. But there is no reason why they even needed this storyline. Then this becomes pointless. The show, right? Like it is literally something you skip. There's nothing to do with it. Because again, it is a part of the cinematic universe. I can't stress that enough. It is literally part of it. Also, I would disagree if it ends that way. There would still have been one version of reality where the Time Authority did exist, and that version would have stuck without the intervention of the heroes of the story. You can't assume that? I guess.
I think if there's infinite timelines, if that's how the Marvel...
I suppose, yeah. So this
there
is
would have to be at least one.
Okay, so this is the thing then. Then we have an issue of what are we watching? What timeline are we in? Does it, like, at that point, like, now you're just making a headcanon that we can't confirm or deny, and it really doesn't lend credence to either side, right? Because then it's just like, oh, anything's possible, so then my thing is possible and your thing is possible, right? Like, that doesn't get us anywhere.
Yeah, unfortunately.
So what happens in the story does still matter. It's just the problem so that matters to that timeline, technically, yes. But is that our timeline that we've been watching? No, it's not. Our timeline is the one that Loki takes place in.
Yes.
So I don't care about that timeline. Good for them. Great. That's not the one we're watching. You can't tell me it is because it legitimately isn't. They're like it's where he was plucked from, it's where they get all the things from, and it's what the sacred timeline is based off of. It is the current MCU. Also, to interpret the sacred timeline as something that only existed because the Time Authority made it happen would be the wrong interpretation. The entire multiverse, including the sacred timeline, had to exist from the beginning. The only thing the Time Authority did was cut off all the branching paths that led away from the sacred timeline, that only the one timeline remained. So, first off, I understand what you're saying with this. Maybe there's some credence to that, but it's not said, right? Because, okay, it's not explicitly stated in that case because all that we know is that this guy from the 31st century invented technology that made it so he could control space and time in our reality. And he started pruning space and time to such a degree that he could, like, have complete control over this timeline and never have it merge with other timelines unless he wanted it to, which he let for Endgame for some reason. And then probably destroyed that timeline because it served its purpose.
Yeah.
Right? Like, this is the thing. Just because these things happened already doesn't mean they weren't predetermined. It's like a paradox in that way.
Yeah.
Which sucks. Because you can't see it as anything but what it is now. Because this is the reality of it. Why would it matter? So if something changed, and what if that change led to a better outcome? What if that change led to them defeating Thanos before he could snap? You realize that if Thor had actually hit him in the head with his axe in Infinity War, he was melted, that entire reality was doomed and erased, and they had to go through everyone dying. That's evil. That's actually evil to keep letting happen.
It's not that evil.
It's pretty evil.
I know.
Considering that the whole MCU takes place in our reality,
and
our history has happened,
here. And so is Garibay. Can't do that,
right? Well, so this is what I'm saying. Our history has happened. So, World War II happened, and that's all I'm gonna say about it. The whole big thing about that happened, and Kang, if if anyone was like, no, we gotta let all these people go. No. They're all gonna stay there. Okay?
Yeah.
It cements the fact that this is predetermined because Kang said so.
Yes.
And no other reality can exist. But now all the realities exist retroactively? But like that doesn't make it doesn't make any fucking sense. And it's such a stretch to make it something of good writing. Right?
Yeah, like you have to fucking bend over backwards in order to make this still compelling.
Yes. The proof of this is the fact that you're saying they fix the timeline by killing the person who did the wrong thing, then resetting them back to the point where they made their decision. From a single timeline perspective, that obviously makes no sense. If the casual factors that led to their decision don't change, then they still make the same decision every time. But if time worked that way, there would be no reason for the Time Authority to exist in the first place, as the existence of a single timeline would already be the natural state of time. So, I think you're giving the show a lot of credit. You're giving it a lot more credit than it actually is, like, trying to have. Whilst I would agree with you if that was the case, there is no mention of it. That's the thing. If you want to try to make that inference, then I go, how are you sure about that? I have no evidence here that could even point me in that direction. That's the thing. This whole thing is fucked from the beginning. It's just, like, there is no explanation of how these things work. They just do them, okay? They just do them and then go, haha, don't worry about it. Go. Let it happen.
Oh, shit.
And I'm like, okay.
Sorry.
So, and you can make some inferences off of some information, but I think that's a stretch, man. I really do. Because, like, something that important needs to be stated. There is so much that needs to be actually explained if you want this to work. You need to be more, and they had 6 episodes where they had fuck all happening a lot of the time. It does not, like, the story they told was 6 episodes, and it was stretching it at that. Like, you could have told us a better story in a longer period of time, or a more precise story in a shorter period of time. Like, the casual factors of the past would necessarily determine the events of the present, which would then become the casual factors that determine the events of the future. And no randomness would ever occur.
Sorry. No, sorry.
Yeah,
I was just gonna correct you on a thing, but there's no point.
Okay. The appearance of randomness would simply be due to the extreme complexity of the universe, preventing anyone from knowing every factor that could influence the outcome of an event. If you were to run that same event an infinite number of times, the same outcome would occur every time because the determining factors would always be the same. Yes, I agree. So why the fuck do they exist? How the fuck does this happen? This is the thing. If the sacred timeline exists, how the fuck did deviations happen?
That's a good point.
It doesn't make any fucking sense. How does it happen? That sounds like a long middle. Yeah. There's a lot to unpack here. This is the thing. If the sacred timeline is a thing that has been created or always existed, then how the fuck did deviations happen? It really, like, it baffles my mind. And if you're saying it's just because that's just how it works, then how the fuck...
And what was the point of making it?
Yeah, why did you make the sacred timeline in the first place, and how was it made? They never explain this. How was it made? Because Kang just does it. He can just do it. It's fine.
Yeah, he can just do it.
It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Unless it's like his power
I missed
in the
something.
comics, and they're like,
Unless I missed something, but I don't think I did. There's not a lot to the show. They need to do some world building, or I guess universe building. The writers, yes. Well, no, so this is the thing. They don't respect what came before. This is the thing about current Marvel. They don't respect anything that came before. They just build off of what the fuck they want. Does not matter. They want to tell this story with these characters because it's popular and they will succeed. And people will eat that shit up and they will make money. That's the
Yes.
thing. They won't make their own character because they want this story that would work for that character. No. They have to take other characters and make them do stupid shit, out of character shit, in order to make their story work.
Yeah.
Chaos theory. Well, so this is the thing. Sure, chaos theory could be a thing. I don't know. That's the thing. I don't know, man.
It seemed like, but chaos theory is something that happens more or less in our real life. You know what I mean? Whereas if you have a book that literally predicts and can influence all timelines, it seems like chaos theory is kind of weak in comparison.
Yeah.
And shouldn't really affect it. I don't know. That's just me.
Yeah, I don't know. What's actually happening then is not that they're resetting time and trying again. In the sacred timeline, the person is always going to make the decision they were supposed to make. All the timekeepers are doing is terminating every alternate timeline by killing every version of a person that doesn't make a correct decision. The person they killed doesn't go back to make the right decision. They're just gone. Dude, I don't know. This is the thing.
To me, that actually sounds a little bit like the Living Tribunal, which is an actual Marvel Comics thing. No, it is.
Well, so I'm saying it's probably that. I don't know.
Yeah.
This is
what the Living Tribunal does is, he is a deity above all time and space.
Yeah.
And he's one of the most powerful figures in Marvel history, where somebody had the Infinity Gauntlet and he looked at them and they handed the fucking gauntlet over.
Yeah.
Seriously, that's how powerful he is in the comics.
Yeah.
And what he does is...
Well, I'll tell you about that in a second. Go on.
Okay. What he does is he oversees all of time. And basically, if a character... To make this very, very simple, imagine there are infinite timelines, and in one timeline, you go to work, like you walk to work, and in another timeline, you strip naked and then go to work.
Sure.
That timeline where you strip naked and then do it makes so little sense that it's like, that would never happen. That timeline doesn't happen. And it's erased. Just like that.
Yeah.
So it could be something like that, but again, we've already established that the MCU doesn't really follow the comics, and we're talking about Kang and not the Living Tribunal, so it doesn't really apply. Yeah, but it sounds like that.
Yeah, it sounds like it sounds like they had like 3 ideas from different comics, and they were like, let's put them all together.
Yeah.
And call it Loki. Even though it's a show about like Sylvie. It doesn't... Okay. Don't worry, they took that thing a little bit too. They've said they have in the TVA, they use the Infinity Stones as paperweights.
Nice.
Yep. And that's a thing.
Jesus Christ.
And don't worry, the stones don't work in their reality because it's outside of time and space, which doesn't make sense and doesn't exist. But they move and exist, and so that means time and space exists. But they're outside of it, so okay.
Yeah, what?
No, yeah. Whenever something like that happens, it always is like, that's not a thing.
Yeah.
You can't do that. Anyway. Right, so this is the thing.
Remember when this used to be a D&D stream? Or podcast?
No, never.
Okay. Me neither. Welcome to TableTalk Discussion Discourse, where we talk about Marvel and Star Wars.
Yeah, right. This is the thing.
You're good. No, I'm just fucking with you.
Yeah. So this is what I would say, and so this is, you say, I would say it's a flaw in the show if it doesn't explain all of this, though they could only explain so much without people's brains turning out. So even if they tried to, that would be better, because they don't. You're right, it is a flaw of the show. They just expect you to accept all of this without explaining anything. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Like, they just say Kang can do this.
Especially in a time travel story.
Right.
Or in a story involving time travel or time manipulation.
They literally have time manipulation. They have things that can go through time and space.
Yeah, if you do that, if you have a story that involves time manipulation or time travel, you have to spend like 90% of your brain power explaining why things aren't one way or another. Because time travel.
This is the other thing. I don't understand if the sacred timeline also, because it does. It applies to the TVA too. This is the thing. Like, I said this on the stream, but like a guy is in the TVA and then gets disintegrated because he forgot to pick up his ticket to go to the court, which, by the way, the court is a mockery. There's nothing about the court that is about like a court. You can't argue your case, even though Loki does, and like they take him because they need to have the show named Loki. The guy just forgets his ticket to go to court, and they just melt him so that before he could go to court, so he could be melted.
What the fuck?
Like what they do is they go, "Hey, this is the court. You did all these things. What do you plead?" And they go, "Oh, innocent." And he goes, "Well, guess what?
You forgot your ticket?
You're guilty." And then they melt you because you're an aberration to the timeline. Somehow.
Because
who knows
you
how
forgot
you
your
got
ticket?
there? Well, so before that, this guy was going to go to the courtroom. He has his thing to go to the courtroom because they have this 60s aesthetic for some reason of like a DMV.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. And because everything is so focused around Earth for some reason in all of Marvel properties for some fucking reason, except for Guardians of the Galaxy, which is a great fucking Guardians and Guardians 2 are great. They're actually great movies. Because
yes, they are.
They're so good. Anyway, I can't wait for 3. I hope they don't fuck it up.
They probably will.
Hey man, James Gunn is still doing it, so
Oh, okay.
he has balls, and they rehired him because people wanted him back. Okay, so
Good.
like,
Okay. Well, then here's hoping.
So legitimately he forgets the ticket, and because that was a deviation, he's already a deviation. He deviates again by forgetting the ticket, which means that was supposed to happen. And so his forgetting him being a deviation was supposed to happen, and him forgetting the ticket was a deviation from the deviation that was supposed to happen.
Actually a deviation.
Well, this is the thing. I don't know. He was there because he is a deviation.
That sounds like a fucking nightmare for you, dude.
Because
I know how much you love things being consistent.
That's the thing. There's no consistency. That without logic here, what are you supposed to do? You're supposed to make me understand and accept this world. If there's no fucking consistency here, how am I supposed to keep accepting it? Anyway. Next part.
I'm so sorry.
No, it's fine. It's Marvel. It's not... Anyway, also, one thing I know they did make a point of addressing is that the time travel itself is not illegal. They don't kill you for time travel, they kill you for doing anything that doesn't follow the sacred timeline. They left the Avengers alone because the Avengers were supposed to time travel, and I'm sure there are plenty of versions of the Avengers who were killed because they did do something they weren't supposed to do, whether while time traveling or otherwise. Oh, absolutely, yeah. If Thor had gone for the head, he got vaporized and everybody got snapped. Like, that's... I'm not saying that I don't know if I said so. The thing about it is, if you're killed for doing time travel, that means that it's illegal. In some respect, it is a punishable offense to them.
Yes.
Like, it's like it might not be called illegal. I guess it's just capital punishment.
You know, it's ironic that the fucking time police from Dragon Ball Super and Dragon Ball Xenoverse are making more sense than this, which is really sad.
Yeah. In other words, you're not killed for some kind of unconscionable breach of temporal ethics. You're killed for not being the one version of yourself that's allowed to exist. If you're choosing what to have for dinner and the sacred timeline version of yourself chooses hamburger, every version of yourself that chooses pizza or anything else that isn't hamburger is killed. Strictly speaking, even if you eat a hamburger but choose the wrong combination of toppings, dead. Yes, that's true, but it is a thing. So this is the thing. Loki in that show is a deviation for acting in character. So what happens is, in Avengers...
Yeah.
When the cube is
the Tesseract, yeah.
Yes, the cube is like they're trying to get it and then Loki grabs it.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the point where they take him. Because that is a deviation. He wasn't supposed to grab the thing that he is there for. The thing that gives him power. The thing that he would naturally go for in order to have an edge against the Avengers. The thing that literally is there, and he is the deviation, whilst the entire setup of this position that he was in was predetermined and supposed to happen.
Oh.
So him acting like he would is apparently wrong, but that happens in the MCU. That's the thing. And so he's taken there, and I don't know for a fact what the fuck is happening anymore.
Yeah.
Jeez. Also, the Sacred Timeline isn't being preserved because it's the best one. Did I say that? I don't remember if I did. If I did, then I'm wrong. It's the one that Kang wants. It's just the one that leads to the Time Authority's existence. That would have to be the one preserved, or otherwise the Time Authority wouldn't exist to preserve it. So, Kang exists first, but he then pulls people from other times, I thought, other timelines and such, in order to work for him. I thought that was what it was, but if I'm wrong about that, do correct me. One other thing I will add to this is that there are logically 3 ways time could work. You're putting logic to this. You could have a single timeline where fate is ultimately entirely deterministic, and only one past, present, and future ever exists. You can have a branching tree of timelines where multiple events could occur at any given point in time, and where everything could possibly happen does happen, with each possibility leading off to another alternate universe at every point, which is the one that they have chosen. Or, well, I added the one they've chosen. Or you could have a hybrid of the two, where the future branches off to an infinite number of possibilities, but only one of those possibilities ever happens in the present, destroying every alternate universe at that point, and leaving only a single timeline in the past. So, you're right. I want you to now realize that Kang knows that other Kangs exist in multiple timelines, and the reason that he's pruning these is so that the other timelines don't, like, interfere, and they won't fight him.
Wait, really? He knows about other...
Yes, he knows about all of them. He knows about it all.
God.
So he prunes them in order for the other Kangs to not fight him, because then there would be a big Kang war of the multiverses. That's what's happening now. That's what he said would happen, and that's what they're going for. The multiverses are going to collide and start fighting.
Oh, jeez.
Or something. I don't know, but like that's what was implied with all of his warnings of if he died, hey, guess what? Bad things with all the multiverses. We survived Garibay's enlightenment. Talking about Marvel is way okay. That's fair. Guardians of the Galaxy starring Mario. That's true. It is starring Mario.
Oh my god. It's Super Mario Galaxy.
Super Mario Guardian the Galaxy.
Super Mario Guardian of the Galaxy. God damn it.
Okay. Loki asserts that the Marvel multiverse would naturally follow the second description, but that the Time Authority had artificially trimmed it down to the first version with the single timeline. How are you okay with this? The third possibility isn't really relevant to the show. I'm just noting it because it's possible. No, the third is what is happening. Like, that's what they're doing. Like, yes, everything can branch, but it's also that everything exists, like, this is the one. And everything does branch off it. But they are pruning those branches in order for the other Kangs not to fight current Kang. Like, this is the thing that is happening. Anyway, with all that being said, Loki might still suck overall. It does. I don't really know or care about that. This is just my view on the concepts you brought up. I hope it wasn't too hard to follow, and I'll see if there are any points I need to defend or clarify further next episode. Hello! I'm sure that by tomorrow my mind goblins will be at wah over something else I said, didn't say, or should have said differently up there. They usually are. You know what? I'll do my research for next time. Don't worry. I'll make sure. I'll get my references together. I don't want to watch the show. I don't want to do that. Oh, God. For the second subject, I've been led to believe it was technically supposed to be the first subject, but I went on a diatribe.
Yeah.
For the second subject, I've been led to believe that the Player's Handbook is the essential book for 5e. Yes. Monster Manual as the second most important book makes sense. Good supply of enemies ready to use as is or to modify, and a good point of comparison you can use if you're making your own. I know that the 3.5 Monster Manual even had actual directions for creating your own monsters and determining their CR. Yes, it did.
Yes.
Um,
Yeah, that's why a lot of monster that's why I recommend Player's Handbook Monster Manual.
What strikes me as odd as is not having the Dungeon Master's Guide in third place. Does the 5e DMG just suck or something? The other books contain ideas that seem cool, and I might like to use, but I can't imagine myself ever choosing to run a 3.5 campaign without the DMG, at least on hand for reference. It might not be altogether necessary during an active session, but it goes a long way in preparation. So, the 3.5 one has a lot of good rules and a lot of good stuff to use that you might not use in game ever, but it is a good thing to reference. Absolutely. The one in in 5e, I would argue has, I suppose the magic item thing, but we've talked about how magic items are basically broken in 5e anyway. It doesn't account for them really.
Yeah.
And it has the wealth tables for those magic items. Other than that, it has a brief description of each of the planes, which you can just make up something about the planes. This talk about Kang reminds me that I am Alfarius. That you are Alfarius. Oh my god.
Who dat?
I don't know.
I don't know who's Alfarius.
I don't know. Please tell me. But it has very sparse references to the other planes. It has how to build a city, I think. Is that in that DMG, or am I thinking of a different DMG?
What city?
The 5e has how to build a city, and like is that a thing?
Guys, it's been years since I've even looked at it, so honestly,
I might have to,
don't know.
Honestly, I might have to go get. Oh wait, actually, I have a thing that I can look at here. I'll check. That might be something that is useful. If you want to go by Faerun diversity.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's not. I mean, you know,
all the stuff is very Faerun centric.
Yeah, it's true. I was just gonna say that that there's not really a whole lot else to go off of with the like the WotC printed stuff, unless you go for the other books. Yeah, and since we're talking pretty much, we're talking pretty much in 5e here. Yeah. So
okay,
that's why I was going back. Whoa.
This tells you chapter 1 is literally about like how you would DM, which it gives you a lot of things that, at least for us, we find as very general things that you would kind of figure out on your own.
Obviously, step 1 is become a god.
Yes, obviously. So I remember I said if you're a brand new player, maybe maybe
that's
get
the
it.
thing.
That's the thing. It is really good for brand new players, sure, but I don't think it's necessary. Because chapter 2 is just, hey, these are the planes. Brief description of these. 3 is how you make adventure. It even has a random encounter thing, I guess, if you need that, as well as a creating encounters thing, if you really need that. Create NPCs, with villains and villainous class options. I suppose if you want the villainous class options, sure. Make dungeon, map wilderness, and map urban stuff. Traps, I guess. Example traps.
Yeah, example traps are decent.
Some downtime stuff and linking adventures together.
Yeah, and like creating an actual campaign and like how to do that.
Treasure.
Which I imagine, given that it's 5e, is not really the best.
It's got types of treasure, random treasure, magic items, sentient magic items, artifacts, other rewards. Running the game. Like rules of dice and ability scores and exploration, social interaction, objects, combat, chases, siege equipment, diseases, poisons, madness, experience points.
Wait, there's madness in 5e by default?
It's a optional rule.
Oh.
But it's there.
Yeah.
Dungeon Master's Workshop, which is ability options, adventuring options, combat options, creating a monster, creating a spell, creating a magic item, creating new character options. So there is stuff here. Absolutely.
It's just, but the thing is, once you've played the game, you kind of know how it works.
Yeah, this
That's
is the thing. I would still argue. Oh, it also has random dungeons and monster lists and maps and inspirations, apparently.
Yes.
Like books and stuff you should read. I would argue that if you read your player's handbook and you play a game as a player, you know how to play and dungeon master.
Yeah, because you're experiencing it on one side, and so kind of necessarily you see what you need to do. Now, the thing, that does not mean you know how easy it is to do, because it's not. You must be a god.
Yeah, that's right.
But, like, obviously, when it says, you know, it's like, oh, make NPCs, link adventures, do all this. You don't really realize, if you've never done it and you've only played it once, I'm not saying don't try.
No,
you should absolutely try, but you're not really going to get the full scale of how hard it is to actually do that.
Sure.
Depending on the actual game. Because if it's D&D, it's not super hard. Because you can really just say, like, hey, you guys went on this adventure. And now we pick up a week later. Now it's time for this adventure. It's really as simple as that.
Yeah, you don't have to be a master.
You don't have to be a master. Yeah.
Even though Garibay was.
You can be a gooder.
Yes, you can be a dungeon gooder. The 5e DMG is a great paperweight. The best way for a new 5e dungeon gooder to learn 5e is the starter set with the Mines and Found Delver adventure. Yeah, that's a good way to do it too. Absolutely.
I've heard that's really good, actually.
Yeah. Did I miss Garibay? Garibay. Yeah, Ronald. Sorry. I went insane.
Don't worry, I did too, but it was catch the
That's
bot.
the thing.
Apparently, it was like super fucking good.
This is the thing. He says he missed it, but he got everything he needed from the last 3 minutes. So
it's true.
Yeah, you did miss the enlightenment that is Garibay. Anyway, I suppose 5e doesn't have prestige classes, and I'm under the impression that the information on magic items was moved to the PHB. But even without those two sections, the 3.5 DMG contains a lot of guidelines on basic DM work that cuts the difficulty down immensely and saves you from the balancing issues you'll have if you run the game ad hoc. And for a new DM, I would especially recommend it, as following its advice can save you a lot of the mistakes you could make out of inexperience. It might be less important if you're an experienced DM who can figure more out on your own, but it still has some pretty useful tables that you can reference. Yes, and
absolutely.
I very much said that I recommend it to a newer player.
Yes, and again, like I was saying before, when we were talking about the required books to run D&D, we were mostly talking about the 5th edition ones.
Yes.
Because the majority of people who are getting into the hobby now start with 5e.
Yes.
Which is perfectly fair, because it's the one that's geared towards people who are joining the hobby now.
Yes.
And in that respect, it's a fantastic game. It's just if you want something more meaty, 3.5.
Yep. The tables on character wealth by level, expect treasure per encounter, random treasure generation, experience awards by CR if you use that, are some of my most referenced pages. Excuse me. Cody probably doesn't use those because he probably thinks they only matter to beer and pretzels players, but keeping your game well balanced as all things should be really leads to a better experience for anyone. I would agree. And again, if you use those, absolutely. We don't. So
yeah,
like, you know.
I mean, you've seen how shittily balanced Devils and Dice is. You know why.
Plus, I've seen more than a few highly experienced DMs and players positing opinions about one issue or another they have with how D&D supposedly works when that issue is actually addressed in the DMG, and they apparently just didn't read it. Sure. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm willing to believe it.
Yeah, this is the thing. Everyone has said everything.
Yes.
And everyone will say everything more. Xanathar's in third place makes sense if it addresses some issues with vanilla that significantly improve the fun of the experience. That's the impression I get, at least. It's unfortunate that an entire extra book is needed to make the game as good as it should have been in the first place, but since we can't change what's already been done, here we are. Yeah, that's the thing. I rank it as third because it is, like, not as essential. Like, I don't think Xanathar's is essential. I recommend it, though.
It's a good supplement.
Yeah, if I had said it was essential, like, I think I was just going off of the ones that I would say, like, are the ones, because Player's Handbook is the only one that I would honestly just always say essential.
Yes.
and then the monster manual is the one that was just like, yeah, I mean, if you need
second.
2, then that. If you need
Yes.
3, then Xanathar's for me.
Mm-hmm.
For my overall view on that video, I agree that it's not so great. If he just wanted to vlog about what 5 ebooks he likes, that would be fine, but it wouldn't exactly be a subject of interest to anyone other than maybe some people who are already following him. If he wanted it to actually be useful, he needed to explain why he would or wouldn't recommend it to any random person who found the video while searching for advice on which 5 ebooks they should get, and he needed to be more clear about what his intention was, because I couldn't nail it down myself. And I think that's all the room I have for this comment, so that's it. There you go.
Okay.
Yes, I agree about that video. It was not great.
Yeah.
I
was there.
I was hoping that it was going to be pretty good, but unfortunately it exceeded my expectations. But in a negative way. I enjoy Garibay. I have resistance to mental damage. Hey, dude. You're gonna love it.
We do too, but man, you may have resistance to it, but it still hurts.
It still hurts.
You said resistance, not immunity.
That's true. Yeah, so yeah, that's all the comments.
Yeah.
Oh.
And now we're gonna play Age of Sigmar. No.
Oh god, no. My throat already hurts. 4 hours and 4.5 hours.
That's what Marvel will do to you.
Hey man.
How was the second part of the Nerds campaign, by the way?
I haven't looked
Oh,
at
you didn't do it?
I haven't
Okay.
had time, no.
That's
I
fine.
just
That way we can do it with Aiden as well.
yeah, exactly. I don't think he's trying to engage people who aren't already following him for various reasons. Oh, yeah, he's talking to the people that think like him. It's true.
Yes,
like
that's
that
the
is,
thing.
Like he's trying to, and you'll see what we say about it. It's fucking weird this time. Anyway, so that being the comments, that'll do it for us for today. Thank you to all of you who have stopped by, those of you who have watched, and those of you who are watching in the VOD. I appreciate you all.
Yes.
If that's again another big thank you to our patrons. I pull up the thing again. Draco Kraken, Mug Zero, Slazer, Steely, Drake Cross, Chris, Frozen Spaghetti, and Kill Chrono. Appreciate you. The dice fund is growing. Don't worry.
Nice.
It'll grow every month. That's how it works. And once the holidays are over, I can start contributing as well. But yeah. So.
Oh, dude.
That'll come
I'm
when
so
it does.
excited.
Yeah, I know, because of that.
I bought it.
Yeah.
And he already got because I got him the shirt.
Yeah.
And I got him a set of dice, so that way he could have an actual something.
Yeah.
And he got the dice already, and I'm like, fuck, he already got them early.
Oh, is that why? Oh, he sent me a picture of that.
Yeah, aren't they cool?
Yeah, he asked me if I did that, and I was like, oh, that's cool, because I didn't realize that he was asking me if I did that to him.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Nope.
Yeah, they look sick.
Yeah, right. Dark Elf Dice.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Sponsored by Dark Elf Dice. I wish.
No,
God,
we're not. Have a great night. Thank you, Indigo. Yes. So thank you to everybody who's come by. Next week, who knows what we'll be talking about. We might keep going with Garibay, because he literally has teased us with 10 points, and he didn't talk about a single one, and yet he has videos about them. Who knows? Ooh. This is the thing. This might be the Garibay arc. Who knows?
Yeah. Oh my god. This is season 4.5.
Well, no. It's still season 4. It's just a lot more my brain.
Yeah.
My brain be mashed potato scrambled eggs. Anyway.
Sounds delicious.
I would eat my brain. But yeah, you can catch the podcast on Tuesdays at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time now, because we're out of daylight time, actually. Because daylight savings is over. We've saved all the daylight, now we're using it again. Very cool.
Very sensible.
Yeah. I looked into it actually the other day, and I was like, oh, okay.
And it's dumb as hell.
Yeah. Anyway, so You can catch it again as a VOD on Fridays at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and then again as a audio only version on your podcasting service of choice on Mondays at around 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Though this time, I still haven't put up last week's. I apologize to all of you audio listeners who are listening right now. I apologize immensely because I didn't do that because I haven't had time, but I will be doing that later tonight before I go to bed. It's 1:30. No, tomorrow. Tomorrow.
That's late.
Yep. And other than that, there will be no either Devils or Dice or Ask Teen this week because not all of us are going to be around, and we'll be doing something else in instead. We can do some Age of Sigmar instead.
Yeah, I was thinking we could do that Thursday.
Yeah. So if you're into that, hey, come check it out.
Yeah, it'll be our first time playing Age of Sigmar, and I might win.
Yeah.
Because I'll be playing Skaven, not like a shitty race. Oh shit!
Yeah.
I'm getting left behind. Fuck.
Other than that, I think that's really everything right now. Check the links in the description if you want to look at the videos themselves. Obviously, without our lovely commentary and or most of mine, and we'll see you next week. Goodbye.
Yeah. Bye.
Goodbye.